Hello. I'm just finishing off putting links out in places, but I've changed some settings in OBS since last time I streamed, whenever that was, so hopefully it'll be a bit better, or at least not run at a frame a minute, or however long it was taking. But I didn't save my game specifically so that we could redo the bits that I messed up because of lag and shit. So we're getting back into Shadowrun, which is fun, funky, fresh. But yeah, my upload bitrate was something like 5,000-ish. Hold on a second. Did it save itself? Did I forget to account for the autosaves? I can hear Hoi, but I cannot see it yet. Oh yeah. It full on, let's see if I can load game. So we'll load that save. Hoi, a shifting amalgamation of old boats, tar-stained docks, and repurposed warehouses, all lashed and bolted together into a unified whole. It's the last bastion of civilization before descending into the hellish tenement of Kowloon walled city, and the closest thing that you have to a home. Its neon lights and strobing high signs are a welcome sight. So, I think the last time I saved, I had just talked to Isabel and like unlocked a bunch of her memories. Had we talked to Gobbet? No. Oh, I forgot to read her text. Well, I forgot to read it out loud. Anyway, enough about the boat. She puts her hand on her hips, sending Madness scurrying. Ready for your next lesson, or did you just want to chat? Is it too late to change the name of the boat? Afraid so, Seattle. Everyone's gotten pretty attached to it. We all like the bolt hole just fine as she is. Besides, I've already painted her name on the side of the hole. Alright, just checking. Good. Now that we've got that out of the way, is there anything else that you need? I'm ready for my next lesson in Shadowrunning. Yeah? She smiles. That's good. I was hoping that you'd want to keep going with this. It's good for you, and I'm kind of enjoying it too. I headcanon that, like, the player character is, like, actually quite older than Gobbet, but, like, just looks younger because elf and orc. But, Gobbet runs a hand through the knotted ropes of her hair, a contemplative look on her face. A moment later, she turns her attention back to you. Alright, this is going to be another long story, so I'm thinking we should take it in chunks. If you've got any questions, you can ask them along the way, and if you need to take a break, we can come back to it. Sound good? Sure, sounds good. Good. So last time, I told you about the event that brought an end to my illustrious career as a subcontractor. This time, I'm going to tell you about a run that I went on with my regular team. Nightjar's team, you mean? No, this is long before I hooked up with them. Iz was still learning to deck back then. She was good for her age, but she wasn't ready for prime time. And it'd be another couple of years before I'd meet Nightjar or Auntie Chen. You don't know anyone from the group that I'm talking about. They're all gone now, anyway. You've had a rough career, haven't you? Yeah, I guess that I have. But I'm still alive. That's something. Puts me ahead of a lot of other runners I've known. The truth of the matter is, as runners, dying on the job is an occupational hazard. We're disposable assets. It shouldn't come as a surprise when we get used up and tossed away. That's a little grim. Shadowrunners get killed all the time. There's no sense moping about it. So, how did you meet this group of yours? Through mutual friends. We actually all lived together before we decided to start running as a team. There was this floating squatters commune out in Hung Hom Bay. It's probably still out there, actually. I haven't been back in a long time. But I spent a few years living on the thing, and the rest of the team lived there with me. Squatters commune? Yep, we called it the sinking ship. It was like an enormous raft, all bolted together from old shipping containers. It wasn't the most comfortable place I've lived, but the place was right, but the price was right, and the company was good. Tell me about the team that you're running with. Sure. She extends a hand so that she can count off teammates on her fingers. Madness scurries down her sleeve and perches on her forearm. Our muscle was a Hawaiian Jew with poor impulse control. Big round guy with lumberjack arms and ringlets in his ear. He called himself Honu. I guess that he loved turtles? I don't know, street names are weird. We had a tech specialist, Egret. She was tall, gawky, dyed her hair bone white. She had a drone named Arlo that followed her around like a lost puppy. She was kind of a jack of all trades, but she could get the job done. Fun at parties, too. Our de facto team leader was a guy named Tsu. He was a wiry troll, if you can imagine that. Probably about 2% body fat, all skin and bones. Walked with a hunch to make himself look smaller. He was a shaman, followed Rat, like me. Sounds like an interesting group of people. It was, but then everyone I've worked with has been interesting in his or her own way. As a rule, Shadowrunning isn't a profession that attracts boring people. Okay, I think I've got a grasp on the team dynamic. Keep going. Alright, moving on. So one day, Tsui brought us a job. He'd met a client in a Victoria Harbour bar. A rich Eastern Tiger exec. The guy wanted us to steal something for him. A shiny object. She raises her hands. I know, it's stupid, right? But that was how the Johnson described it to us. The shiny object. That was what he wanted us to get. He never gave it any other name. Seriously? A rat shaman hired to steal a shiny object? Yeah, you can see how the gig would be hard for us to resist. Anyway, the client told us what to look for. He described it as a chunk of red jade about the size and shape of an ostrich egg, with a mirror-polished surface and gold wire inlays. He said that it'd have paper charms hanging off it, food talismans, Taoist sorcery stuff. We weren't supposed to touch those. The client also told us about the shiny object's then owner, an old hedge wizard turned entrepreneur named Kong Xiaoyan. So you're supposed to steal a crystal ball from a wizard, essentially. When you boil it down like that, it sounds kind of silly, doesn't it? But hey, that's the world we live in. And like I said, Xiaoyan wasn't just a wizard. He was an entrepreneur, a business wizard. The guy had resources. From what we are told, the old man was keeping the shiny object in one of his warehouses. He had a bunch of them. He'd built himself a nice little empire selling magical paraphernalia through puppet vendors in the Yao Mate night market. Supposedly, a good fifth of the stores in that place were on Xiaoyan's payroll. Yeah? What kind of magical paraphernalia are we talking about? She begins counting off examples on her fingers. Pickled reagents in mason jars, hermetic scrolls and charms, relics looted from Buddhist temples, crates of old Balinese Rangda masks, and fist-sized stones from a great dragon's kidney. Xiaoyan sold it all. How he got his hands on it in the first place is anyone's guess. I think I get the picture. Good. Thought you might. We'd cased the warehouse for a couple of nights before the run, and we were pretty sure that Xiaoyan was keeping our payday in the vault area, and at the very back of the building. But the old man had enough triad protection that we'd have to be sneaky to get there. So he was the one who came up with the plan. We'd split up outside and enter the warehouse in 2 teams. Team A would create a diversion, Team B would hit the vault while security was looking the other way. We'd grab our payday, regroup, and get the hell out of there. In my experience, splitting the group is almost always more trouble than it's worth. I'd agree with you if we were going in expecting a straight fight, but as a Shadowrunner, you should almost never want to get into one of those. When you're on a job, you're always going to be outnumbered and outgunned. Going quiet is inherently safer than going loud, and if splitting the group is what it takes to do that, she shrugs. Anyway, Team A, Honu and Egret, circled around to the loading dock just like we'd planned. Tsuya and I waited by the service entrance. We didn't have to wait long. A couple minutes in we heard this ungodly crash, then another and another. As it turns out, Egret had rigged into Xiaoyan's network of automated forklifts. She had 6 of them, running amok in the loading dock, chasing down workers and crashing themselves into anything marked fragile. The next time we're on a run with a loading dock, remind me about the forklift trick. It's awesome, right? A dreamy smile spreads across her face. Egret really outdid herself. I wish that I could have been there to see it. Egret's distraction did what it was supposed to do. As Tsuya and I watched, most of the Triad guys at the service entrance abandoned their post and went hauling off towards the loading dock. A couple guys with baseball bats stayed back, but we handled them easily enough. We slipped inside and made a beeline for the back of the warehouse where the shiny object was supposed to be. Let me guess, something went wrong. No, actually, it was there, just like we thought it would be. The door was open and everything. The shiny object was sitting there in a teak cradle, gleaming with reflected light, just like the client had said. It had a ring of Taoist talismans hanging off of it like a grass skirt, paper all crinkled with age. We didn't waste any time. I reached in and grabbed the thing. It felt strange through my gloves. The jade sort of pulsed, as if it had a heartbeat. That sounds ominous. Yeah, tell me about it. I wanted to drop the thing, but it was our payday, so I slipped it into my satchel instead. I couldn't get the flap closed quickly enough. The package being secure, Tia and I turned to hightail it out of there. And then, things went to shit. Did the shiny object do something unpredictable? No, not the shiny object. Old man Xu Yang. He was standing there, right in front of us, larger than life. I'm guessing that when he heard the commotion in the loading dock, he'd come running, well, waddling, to make sure that his treasure was safe. As it turns out, it wasn't, because I'd already stolen the thing. He looked displeased. What did he do? What do you think we did? He had our backs to a wall. We lit the old bastard up. It was pretty epic, truth be told. Spirits were summoned, spells were discharged, the vault door sealed behind Xiu Yan like something out of a movie. At one point, the old man leapt onto Tsu's back and tried to bite his ear off. I won't bore you with a play-by-play of how the fight went down, but in the end, we crushed him. Unfortunately, the fighting had caused some collateral damage. At some point during our showdown with Xiu Yan, the control panel for the vault door must have eaten an arc of lightning or the blast of a powerball. It was toast, all black and melted, and neither of us could fix it. That sounds bad. It was bad. I had our payday in my satchel, but we were stuck in that vault, and it was only a matter of time before the old man's remaining security guys found us in there. There was still one way out, a ventilation duct up high in the rafters, but it was too small for Tsu to fit through. He was a troll after all. I had the shiny object, but if I left Tsu there and security got to it, well, you do the math. So, here's the conundrum. I've got our payday in my satchel. The team is split. It's inevitable that more Triad 49ers are going to find us, but we don't know when or how many. Egret and Honu are holding their own in the loading dock. For now. I can stay with Tsu to help fight off the inevitable wave of Triad 49ers, but we'll be badly outmatched. Like, badly. The odds of survival won't look good for either of us. If Egret weren't pinned down in the loading dock, she could probably get the vault door open, but in order to get to her, I'll have to leave Sui alone in the vault. If Xi'an's reinforcements find Sui before I get back with Egret, well, she uses her thumb to draw a line across her neck. So that's the scenario, Seattle. Not a lot to work with, I know. Now tell me, what should I do? Take the gamble and go for Egret. It's the plan with the best chance of success. Could have done that, I guess. It might have worked. Of course, it could have gotten Sui gunned down in a vault too. But in retrospect, that wouldn't have been a huge loss. Anyway, that wasn't what I did. I saw what I thought could be a way to save the day, so I went ahead and took it. I fished the shiny object out of my bag. I still remember how the Taoist talismans that ringed the thing crinkled in my hands. I remember shrugging, saying, "The hell with it," and I put the thing in Sui's bare hands and told him to go nuts. It was almost like Sui had been waiting for me to pass him the thing. He seemed eager to take it. He hugged that chunk of rock to his chest like a newborn baby. Colours swam in the stone and something changed in his eyes. Then, Old Man Xu Yan's 49ers breached the door and Sui unleashed hell. She pauses, frowning, stops scratching Folly and uses the hand to rub her eyes. Finally, she turns back to you. A sour look pinches her features. What went down in that room? Well, I've only seen that kind of carnage a couple of times in my life, and I've been running the shadows for years. Those Triad men were torn to scraps by the end of it. Don't think I'll ever forget the sounds that they made. She clears her throat. I spent most of the fight. I spent most of the fight huddled up in the corner for my own safety. What Sui let loose from the stone didn't seem terribly interested in discriminating between friend and foe. What do you mean by that? Did he summon hostile spirits or something? Something like that. Truth be told, I don't know what they were. Like I said, I was hiding. But he couldn't have done it without the shiny object. Not in a million years. Whatever they were, the rock brought them here. So, what happened then? We waited for things to calm down in the vault, and for the things to go slithering away. I think that Sui had some limited control over them, which is why they didn't eat us. After they were gone, Sui gave me the shiny object back, I put it in my satchel, and we bailed. We collected the others on the way out. They were blissfully ignorant of what happened on the other side of the warehouse, and I didn't see a reason to change that. We hightailed it back to the docks and caught the first boat back to the sinking ship. Mission accomplished. Gobbet looks away again, stares off into space. From what I'm told, people still avoid Shurian's warehouse like the plague. It's supposed to be haunted, even to this day. People who set foot in the building keep turning up dead. Pretty sure I'm one of the only living people who knows why. Abruptly, her body language changes. Anyway, that's it. Lesson's over. If you've got any questions, go ahead. Gobbet, was there a point to this story? I'm trying to find a moral here. There was when I started telling it. I thought I was going to tell you... I thought I was going to tell you to be comfortable with breaking the rules. I don't think I'm going to say that now, though. I'm not really feeling it anymore. Why not? At least your team made it out of this run alive. They didn't stay that way for long. But let's leave that for next time, huh? I don't want to get into it just now. Let's take a break and come back to this later. Of course, like I said, it's a long story. So, was there something else that you wanted to talk about? I think I have to ask about the sinking ship to exhaust the dialogue properly. Can you tell me more about the sinking ship? Fuck. Can you tell me more about the sinking ship? Yeah, sure. The story's over, so you can get into it. I moved onto the sinking ship when I was just a kid. I think that I was 12, maybe 13 years old at the time. In the beginning, it was just me and a couple of rat shaman friends, Cadmus and Malvina. They're older, but they're always cool to me. A raft seems like a funny choice of homes for a bunch of street shamans. Look, just because I follow an urban totem, that doesn't mean that I enjoy sleeping in the gutter. The sinking ship might not have been my first choice of accommodation, but had the virtues of being big and free. I like water more than I do paying rent. Mood. Didn't hurt that the sinking ship was well stocked in provision when we, found it, either. And don't look at me like that. It was abandoned when we took it. Abandoned? There was a team of Shadowrunners that had lived on the thing before us, but they bid it on a job. Cat and Mal had... Is that Mal or Mai? Cat and Mal heard the knock of opportunity, and they claimed the raft for Rat in record time. Taking over the sinking ship wasn't an easy job, mind you. The previous owners had installed traps and automated defences all over the raft. Cat had his hands full with those for a month. If I were in your shoes, I'd have taken the raft too. She nods once, decisively. Damn straight. And the traps weren't even that big a deal with Cat and his sister there to work on them. They disarmed most of the really bad stuff, made the deck safe to lounge around on. The biggest problem were the scuttling charges. The runners who built the raft had installed these explosives all along the perimeter that would rip the bottom out of the thing if it were ever seized by the police. The explosives were tricky to deal with. Cad was able to disarm them, but he had to leave them where they were. It was always just slightly uncomfortable, knowing that I was sleeping on top of a couple 100 pounds of dormant explosives. Yeah, I can't blame you there. She shrugs. Hey, like I said, it was free. There weren't really even any rules to follow, which suited me fine. Malvina was sort of the leader of our little nest, but we never really listened to her. She was always trying to play the mum card, instill a sense of responsibility into us. It was cute. She did have a propensity for getting things done, though. I have to give her that. Anyway, after a few months, other people started showing up. Squatters, homeless people, Shadowrunners, and assorted crazies. As long as they stayed cool with us, we were cool to them. Eventually, it became a community. Imagine that. Think you wound up squatting on the bolt hole because of your time on the sinking ship? I don't know. Maybe. Never really thought about it before, but yeah, maybe. A corner of her mouth curls upward. Guess that I'm a water rat now. Let's take a break and come back to this later. Of course, like I said, it's a long story. So, was there something else that you wanted to talk about? That's all for now, Gobbet. Talk to you later. Yeah. Hey, Seattle, I'm sorry that this lesson wound up getting a little unfocused at the end. I'm not really sure what came over me. Hey, it happens to the best of us. Well, I still feel bad about it. So look, I'll make you a deal. Your next lesson will definitely be on point, and I'll tell you what it's about up front. No more question and answer sessions. How does that sound? Fine by me, Gobbet. Catch you next time. She waves. Next time. Do I have to talk to Duncan again? Here comes the man. Hello, man. I forget how the TikTok audio goes. I want to talk to my favorite ghoul. The cabin is in a far better state than it was previously. The heat has been adjusted down and the ventilation restored. The boxes of junk and parts have been stacked and neatly arranged, and Gaichu's small amount of personal gear is tucked away in a corner. There's a small mat in the center of the cabin that looks like it doubles as both a rug and a sleeping pad. Gaichu is seated in the lotus position, eyes closed. His fingertips rest on a braille reader that is plugged into his PDA. The device fills the room with the soft clicking from the pin combinations. As you approach, he lifts his hands from the reader's surface. Hello again, Seattle. Is there something I can assist you with? I was hoping we could talk some more. Got a minute? Certainly. Gaichu folds his hands in his lap, nodding his head towards a nearby pile of boxes. I'd offer you a place to sit, but I fear I only have boxes. Now, what is it that you wish to discuss? I want to know more about what it's like to be a ghoul. Gaichu cocks his head at you, his milky eyes narrowing mirthfully. Preparing for the eventuality of killing me and collecting the bounty? Make sure you leave my face intact. I'd prefer to be a well-preserved trophy. Don't worry, I'll have it stuffed and mounted on my wall. Gaichu bares his teeth in a rictus grin. You can hear a faint chuckle rumble in the back of his throat. Now that would be an illustrious end to my career. A severed head, decorated a leaking wreck of a boat, home to extremely private individuals who will never show me off. Couldn't you sell it to a museum or something of that sort? Gaichu grows serious, leaning back. If you wish to know about what it is like to be me, ask away. I see no reason to conceal the details of my condition. Most ghouls smell like rotting meat. Why don't you? Diet and cleanliness. Most ghouls eat rotting flesh and do not bathe. I eat fresh meat and bathe regularly. So, you eat people. What's that like? Gaishu blinks a few times and cocks his head as if to stare at the ceiling. What is it like to eat anything else? Or for a diabetic to take insulin? It is like that. A fact of life. I have found that most people are revolted by the concept of eating the flesh of humans, rather than the act itself. Taken in isolation of social concerns, humans are no more or less edible than most mammals. The flesh can be of poor or high quality, depending on all the factors you would expect: diet, lifestyle, etc. I prefer to prepare my meals as I would sashimi. Light garnish and flavouring, but with an emphasis on the taste of the base meat. Do I enjoy it? No, not especially. Some Japanese are fond of pork and chicken sashimi, but I have never been one of them. Gaishu shrugs helplessly. But it is a fact I must accept, and if it is how things will be, I'll make the best of it. Do you feel bad about having to eat people? No, but I was never a vegetarian, so why should I? Gaishu seems puzzled by the question, as if he's missing nuances of meaning. It does not matter where the meat comes from. Somebody who's died in a car accident is as viable as someone I kill. I admit, I have eaten people that I have killed, but that was of necessity. I was going to kill them anyway. I let their bodies go to waste. Are you immortal? Considering this, Gaishu leans over onto one elbow. I have no idea. I do not believe there have been any organised studies of ghoul longevity. Most strains of the human metahuman vampiric virus impart a semblance of extended life, but I do not believe that the Krieger strain is one. Somehow I think it is more likely that I'll die in combat than of old age, no matter how long I live. It might be interesting to ask a doctor. To what end? I live by the sword, and I will die by it. I have no illusions about my chances of growing old. How would I live out my days? In a rural country village eating people who happen to expire on nearby roads? That will not be my fate. What's the deal with your teeth? What deal are you referring to? Did you file them down into those points? No, they are actually new teeth, created by the infection. I suppose it is a natural advantage to have teeth better suited for carnivorous pursuits. Let's talk about something else. As you wish. What is on your mind? We were talking about your father bailing you out of jail. Ah, yes. I do recall you asking about that. Gaishu's reticence is palpable in the long silence that follows. He does not continue. You said that if I came back later you'd tell me what happened? Gaishu sighs heavily, nodding. I have given you my word, and I intend to keep it. Do not be concerned, I simply have not spoken of my family in a long time. Bad memories? No. Quite good ones, actually. I haven't seen Yasujiro in many years, but that is my fault. We may not have seen eye to eye when I was young, but we came to an understanding. Eventually. Yasujiro gave me an ultimatum after my run-in with Shiawase Security. He told me that he had cut a backroom deal with a rival in Shiawase to keep me out of prison. The charges would be suspended if I finished high school and studied at Kyoto University with the intent of joining Tenraka. If I did not, Shiawase would take me into custody, and I would spend time in prison. What did that cost him? I have no idea. He refused to reveal what he had been forced to do in exchange, but I cannot imagine it was cheap. Insider information, perhaps? A deliberately botched contract? Yasujiro was a manager in the Water and Power Division, so the deal would have been lucrative but not secret. I had always taken my family for granted. Raised in a Renraku family, going to Renraku schools, I always had a sense of place, of belonging where I was. The thought of all of that vanishing, I simply could not imagine it. Suddenly, the reality of my actions became clear. From then on, I tried to be the son he wanted, and he seemed glad of it. We grew much closer over the next few years. He took time off to visit me when I was living in Kyoto. Why would that be unusual? He was a very busy man in those days, a lot of responsibility, and very little time for himself. I was impressed that he could carve off as much time as he did, just to go camping with his son. I hate camping, all those bugs and dirt. Gaichi smiles, waving an open hand in your direction. To each their own. While I have lived in cities all my life, it is only because that is where work has forced me to be. Given a choice, I would much prefer to settle in a rural area. It gives one space to breathe. Yeah, too much space. We made several trips to the area between Kyoto and Nara, around the village of Ide. Ide? I'm not sure if they spelt the Romaji of that correctly. We camped in the mountains above it. We would hunt wild deer and boar there, using my family's antique arquebus. That's a strange choice. What is an arquebus? I have to look this up. An arquebus is an early type of portable gun that's supported on a tripod or a forked rest. Appeared in Europe and the Ottoman Empire during the 15th century. That's a strange choice of weapon. It is a choice of expediency. It is nearly impossible for a private citizen to own a firearm in Japan, which is why you may so often read of Yakuza attacks involving swords and cleavers. As the Tanegashima that my family owns is from the 18th century, it is exempt from ordinary regulations. Fun fact about Japanese gun laws, I know for a fact that in Japan, if you want to buy more ammunition, you have to return the shell casings of the previous box of ammunition, and you can only get as many as shell casings you return. So like, if you ever lose all of your shell casings, you basically cannot use that gun again without getting illegal ammunition. I'm not sure if they're stricter than gun laws in New Zealand, but yeah. Also, let me look up Tanegashima to see if it's a certain type of gun. It's also known as Hinawaju. It's a type of matchlock configured arquebus, where you light the fuse. And it was introduced to Japan through the Portuguese Empire. Gaichu chuckles softly to himself. Perhaps, ironically, hunting with my father is how I learned to prepare raw meat. Strange to think that such activities served as training for my current state of affairs. So, what's the process? How do you prepare it? Soak the meat in brined water and simmer it at a low heat for several hours. Let it cool and repeat the process over several days. It cannot get too hot or I am unable to eat it. The process brings out the collagen in the meat. When it is done, I spice it with ginger and sunshine pepper. Again, not too much. Mundane food is anathema to me. Let me look up the definition for anathema. Anathema, something or someone that one vehemently dislikes. He's just saying that he's a fussy eater. Bruh. The most extra bitch ever. Sighing happily, Gaichu stares off into the distance. When he looks back, he smiles broadly at you. Those were good days. I am sorry I cannot go back to those times. When one joins the Red Samurai, one must give up all attachments of one's previous life. The company, the code, and the unit become the entirety of your world. That's an incredible amount of focus. It is. That is why the selection process is so rigorous and so many fail. There is no shame in failing. Simply being allowed to participate in the test is a mark of excellence. Applicants must be human, Japanese, and utterly devoted to Renraku. Your unit becomes your family. Your commander is your father and mother, your teammates your siblings. Red Samurai are not allowed to reveal our identities and position to anyone outside the Special Operations Group. Even if we wanted friends outside the unit, we could not have them. So how did you end up joining the Renraku military? Ah, a fair question, given my youthful indiscretions. Are you familiar with the Kempeitai? Kempeitai? Aren't they the Japanese political police? Yes. Much like the commissars of the Soviet Union, they are responsible for enforcing political and social orthodoxy. Not only concerned with the army, the Kempeitai also enforce certain laws with regards to the general populace. It's my understanding that they're like a Gestapo. That is not entirely accurate, but it is more correct than not. It is an organization with little oversight, broad powers, and simple recruitment methods. As such, power tends to get the better of most members. When I was enrolled at Kyoto University, I studied global security and political science. It is the major generally used as a gateway to private security postings with both governments and corporate militaries. I knew I wanted to fight. I was a young man, and my blood was always up. One of the requirements was that students join the Youth Brigade Kempeitai. The Youth Brigade is a bit like the ROTC in North America. The Young Falcons and the Shu? I'm not sure how to pronounce that. Nation, or the District Officer Program in the Republic of Korea. Members learning to be soldiers without actually joining an army. They perform community service and promote civic pride. Performance and prestige in the Kempeitai used to dictate later job opportunities, a bit like a good internship. You have to be a good fascist to get a good job? That is an indelicate way to put it, but yes. I believe the purpose of the Youth Brigade is to teach students to glorify the state over the self. We did as we were taught, such is the way of authority on the young. Gaichu shrugs indifferently. Do you regret getting involved with the Youth Brigade? No. Why? It was a necessary step in my plans for my future, even if some of the behaviours that we were involved in were distasteful. The state of the nation was such that those kinds of behaviours were legal and condoned. I think I read about some Germans who tried to use that defence once. I believe I have read that story as well, but I think you misapplied the lesson. In Nuremberg, those on trial had perpetrated crimes against other nations. The Youth Brigade act only internally to Japan. That doesn't make it better! When I was nearing graduation, I was approached by a recruiter with Renraku security. She told me I came from a good family and could have a promising career with the company. She offered to fast-track my application toward a potential Red Samurai position, 3 years with the Renraku military as a junior officer, and guaranteed placement in a Red Samurai training billet of my choosing. The pay was good, and the excitement of being an elite was an attractive proposition. I accepted, but I did not truly understand what I was signing up for. As I told you before, they force you to give up everything except the company and unit. That was made clear to me, but I did not truly understand it. So, what happened? Exactly what you would expect happened. I signed the contract and became a soldier in Renaku's army. I was physically fit, at the top of my class, and it seemed inevitable I'd see my desires fulfilled. Gaishu wraps 2 knuckles on his breastplate. Obviously, I succeeded. The training was extremely difficult, both mentally and physically. I knew that I'd be isolated from my old life, but I did not anticipate the full extent of the isolation. All Red Samurai recruits report to a facility called the Forge in Chiba. You are assigned a unit, you and 4 other recruits, and for the next 2 years, the Forge will be your home and prison. It seems ridiculous in retrospect. We were all so young. None of us had any idea what we were doing, except trying to become the best soldiers in the world. And yet those strangers became a new family, in the absence of the old. Tell me about the members of your unit. That chapter of my life is over and done with, and they are no longer part of my world. Why would you care about any of that? If I understand how you are trained, I can make better use of your skills. I can see that you will not be dissuaded. He shrugs in acceptance. Very well, I suppose it is a small thing to tell you. He looks down at his hands, picking something out from beneath one claw. He continues to look at his hands while he speaks. When I was younger, I would have more readily cut off my fingers than tell you what you ask. You must understand that secrecy is absolute among the Red Samurai. Your identity becomes secret, erased from any database that might connect you to the Red Samurai. You use only your code name in the field, and your given name is known only to the commanders and your unit. Even other Red Samurai units have no idea who you really are. Finally looking up from his hands, Gaichi leans back against the boxes. Contact with the outside world is cut off completely. Even once training is over, your communications are restricted. Maintaining relationships outside of your work... Maintaining relationships outside of those you work with is frowned upon. That sounds horribly isolating. By design, it is. It forces recruits to bond with the unit, and transfer every emotion they have for their old friends and family to the unit that they must work with. If there is a tighter bond among any other Special Forces units, I would be surprised. Red Samurai units are always 5 members, one of whom is a spellcaster. During training, each member takes turns being commander. The most competent is given the billet permanently upon graduation. That seems like a good way to ensure everybody has a fair shot at it. Gaishu nods, propping himself up on one knee. It is. By rotating who has command duties, we are able to see very quickly who had the mind and personality to lead the team, and who was more comfortable following. Ishida was our commander. He came from a rich family in Saitama, the kind of family where he was given every advantage possible, with the expectation that he'd keep the family name prestigious. He was older than the rest of us, as he had already spent 6 years in the army. A very severe man, rarely given to humour. Takagawa was usually the second in command. As our designated marksman, he tended to have a better tactical view of how an operation should be run, simply because he needed to study the terrain more. He loved to get us laughing. Without him, I think I would have gone crazy in the first few months. Our mage's name was Sasaki. She had been in training as a Miko, an apprentice priestess, when her magic began to manifest. She was in the unit for the challenge, and for the money. Her family had always been poor, and they had always told her she would never amount to anything. I think she had joined the Red Samurai just to prove to them that she could do anything she wanted. My kind of attitude, I admit. Gaichu cocks his head, amused. I am unsurprised to hear it. You and Sasaki share similar attitudes. Neither of you stop to consider if your goals are attainable. You simply know that they are. Our heavy gunner's name was Aomori. He kept the team honest with itself. He never had a disparaging word for anyone, but would not hesitate to call someone out for their behaviour. Sasaki loved that about him. Really, she loved all of him. The two were discreet, but discretion only goes so far in such a small team. Still, we respected their privacy where possible. That seems like a recipe for disaster. Under ordinary circumstances, it could have, but Red Samurai unit commanders are given incredible leeway in what to allow or forbid. The belief is that the unit should fail or succeed as a whole. To that end, whatever works is the guiding principle. Aomori and Sasaki would have been miserable if we kept them apart, and it would have hurt the team. Lastly, there was me. I was the close quarters and breaching expert, first man in the door when we had to clear a room. I was the perfectionist on the team. Aomori could get us to do anything, but I was the one who made certain we did it well, with style. How do you mean? If a thing is worth doing, it is worth doing well. You sound like my mum. I'm beginning to like Gaichi less and less. If that thing is also your duty, it is worth doing perfectly. Many times we had performed a drill or exercise well enough, but that was not good enough if I had to trust my life to it. That was why we became one of the best teams in the organization's history. Sounds like you missed them. Gaichu growls, his tone annoyed. Of course I do. They were my family for 8 years. Who wouldn't miss that? That sense of belonging and shared values? Even if I were to be cured, I could never go back. They have been disgraced, and I have done unforgivable things. I have been cast out for good. Are you sure? Maybe it's not as final as you think. Gaichu closes his eyes, sighing through his nose. When they ambushed me in Fukuoka, it was fight or die. I killed 2 of them before I escaped. I will not be returning to the unit, no matter what. He opens his eyes after a moment, shoulders slumping. It is not an easy memory to grapple with. That's fine, Gaichu. Take your time. Thank you, Seattle. I'm sorry I cannot talk about it now, but I need to process the emotions. They are still raw. I am tired. Come back later and we can talk more. Hold on, what's... I think that's the box of stuff we saw in the room back in the mission when we recruited him. Ugh, talking so much makes me thirsty. Welcome back, my friend. What can I do for you? I've got a few more questions for you, if you don't mind. He raises an eyebrow. Go ahead and ask, my friend. I'm not stopping you. You mentioned that the Second Euro War was sparked off by the AFA. Who are they? Ah, yes, I suppose that you wouldn't know. They were only active for the years surrounding the conflict, after all. The AFA was the Alliance for Allah, serving under Mullah Sayyid Jazrir. Oh, I definitely mispronunciated that. The coalition of right-wing Middle Eastern governments that assembled after the failure, some say sabotage, of the United Islamic Conference. They looked to a weakened Europe and saw an opportunity, one that my country was entirely responsible for creating. And so they launched a surprise attack? Yes, but in hindsight we should have foreseen it. Ultimately, the AFA did what any hawkish power would have done in their position. I cannot fault them for taking advantage of Europe's weakened state. Given their circumstances, they would have been foolish not to. Well, I take it you bet them. I mean, I haven't heard of the AFA before, so things kind of ended well for them. No, my friend, they did not. The AFA folded in 37 after Jazir's assassination. A lucky thing for us, too. The body count could have been a great deal higher. In the years that they were active, the AFA gave us a hell of a fight. Why did you move from Russia to Berlin? When we first met, I told you that I parted ways with Grishina Aviacorps under unfortunate circumstances. Yes? You mentioned it. These same circumstances led me to Berlin. I was wronged, and I would not find recourse in Russia. I suppose that there's no sense in being vague. I'll tell you the story if you want to hear it. Please, lay it on me. You may remember the self-repair system I mentioned the first time we met. The module that would allow Koshai, or any sufficiently equipped drone, to repair itself. I told you that my research had been lost. That was not strictly true. It was stolen by a pair of colleagues who I had long considered friends. They were researchers from my old lab. They turned against me, stole our work, in truth, my work, and defected. They betrayed you, huh? Yes, driven by desperation, no doubt, and ambition. They had always been fixated on getting out of Russia. Grishina Aviacorps was a nationalized corporation, and they would never get rich as cogs in a government-controlled machine. In our project, they saw their key to breaking away and earning their fortunes. Never mind the fact that I was opposed to the idea. And so they took what was mine and left me with nothing. Do you have any leads as to where they might have gone? Yes. The two had long spoken about moving to Berlin. Such was true of a great many academics in Russia. My homeland is a bureaucratic dictatorship, you see. There is little personal freedom, and there are many rules to be followed. As you might imagine, the stable anarchy of the flux state can be an alluring concept to those who live under totalitarian rule. Berlin is much romanticized back home. Makes sense. If you spent your life tied up in bureaucracy, you could do worse than moving someplace with no rules. Oh, the flux state has rules, my friend. They aren't codified, but they most certainly exist. Should you ever travel there, you'll want to remember that. But I digress. In the hunt for my traitorous colleagues, Berlin was my only lead. I decided that I would travel there. At best, I would find them, and at worst, it would be a good place to rebuild my life. There's a squeal of tortured metal as Koshai drags its claws over the iron grating that covers the floor. Ractor glances down at the drone and it goes calm. He takes a deep breath and continues. It took me over a year to locate my former friends. It was a long, painstaking search, but I was nothing if not determined. I finally found evidence that they had used my research as a bargaining chip to secure positions at Ares, and that they were here in Hong Kong. And so you came here, to Hoi. He nods. I picked up and left the next day. My old team was upset, to be sure. Lucky Strike in particular howled for my blood, but I know where my priorities lie. And so here I am, and here they are, and soon I'll be ready to act. I really must thank you for inviting me into the team. Your abilities will be invaluable when the time finally comes to make my move. Assuming, of course, that you'd be willing to help. Of course. When you're ready, just say the word. Thank you, my friend. But this is a discussion for another day. We aren't ready to hit an Ares facility yet, and there is more intelligence to gather before we make our move anyway. When the time comes, I will let you know. Right, can you tell me about the colleagues who stole your work? Today they call themselves Taylor and Hardingham. He speaks through clenched teeth. Koshai drags across the ground and you can hear the squeal of metal on metal. Those aren't their real names, obviously. They shed their former identities when they left their old lives behind. What were they called when you worked with them back at Grishin Aviacore? It doesn't matter. Those men are as dead to me as they are to the world. My old colleagues no longer exist. Taylor and Hardingham are all that remain. They are targets now, nothing more. Oh, how wonderful it will be to find them. What a reunion we'll have. The stolen research means more to you than money, doesn't it? Yes. Yes, much more. It was my life's work, and it was important. Reducing it to a bargaining chip was a deadly insult, both to me and to all those who would benefit from my work. I don't think I've seen you get this intense about anything. The corner of his mouth tilts upward. I suppose that's probably true. This is a matter that's near to my heart. Indeed, it ties into the guiding philosophy of my life. Tell me, are you familiar with the concept of transhumanism? The transformation of humanity as a species by technological means. Huxley coined the term in the late 1950s, I believe. He nods. Yes, that's right. The seeds of the idea trace back even further, to the 1920s in JBS Haldane. But it was Huxley who popularized it. And now the transhumanity vision has progressed beyond philosophy. It is fact. I mean, you could argue that it's fact even like today, in the 2021 of our time. Like, prosthetics are becoming more and more advanced. Look around you. Cybernetics are a fact of everyday life. The synthesis of man and machine is the crowning achievement of meta-humanity as a people. I believe that we are well on our way to a truly post-human future, one in which the synthesis of man and machine is perfected to the point that the terms become interchangeable. In such a future, the capacity for unlimited self-repair would be indistinguishable from immortality. You can see, then, why the theft of my research came as such a blow. My former colleagues hadn't just stolen from me. They had taken my contribution to the future of our species and reduced it to a bargaining chip. So, when are you planning on killing them? Soon enough. I'm still narrowing down their location. Ares Asia Holdings has enclaves all over this island, and it wouldn't do to raid the wrong one. All will be made right soon enough, though. I am nothing if not a patient man. I can wait. And with that, I'm afraid that I'm going to have to bid you good night. I've taken enough of a break for one evening, and there is still work to be done, and it would be lax of me to put it aside any longer. Thanks, Rector. It was interesting. He nods at you. Good night. Have I slept? Yes. So from here, now that we've talked to everyone, I can do a mission. Never mind, I forgot about the dreams thing. So I'm gonna quickly go to the Mystic. They're over here. Hold on, I think they sell armor, but Oh, I probably should have read that. Welcome. Don't believe I've seen you here before. Name's Crafty. Seattle. Nice to meet you. So Seattle, what can I do for you? I've got spells, alchemical reagents, foci, whatever you want, really. Might have to do some digging to find it, but if it's magical, it's around here somewhere. I'd like to see your wares. So, outfits. Thaumaturgic armor. Which should help me a bit. Oh, and I haven't equipped strip armor. And then go back in and buy Acid Bolt 2. And then go back in and sell stuff. I feel like it would be a dick move to sell Carter's armored vest. But I can't really get much else, can I? I can get aim 2, but I can't use it yet. I think I want to look into conjuring, because that's more along my... You know what, I'm gonna get armor 2 and replace armor 1. And then I'm gonna go back again and sell my armor 1. And also mana ball, because I'm never gonna use that. Huh. I should get the spirit fetish. Although it requires spirit summoning 3. Which I'm not quite good enough for yet. Oh no, it's... never mind, it's... yeah, it's dream, so the only limitation is cost. I can get a bunch of force... I could get a force 2 thing though. Or a force 1 elemental. I'm not though. Say, Crafty, have you had any vivid dreams lately? Her face is unreadable. Her eyes lock onto yours. As a matter of fact, I have, Seattle, but we all get the occasional vivid dream. Nothing special there. Really? Then why are you reading up on them? Books about dreams? Sure, it's a little weird that we're having them, but these types of dreams are common in the walled city. Nothing to get all worked up about, probably. Strange. I met someone the other day who said that too. Anyone who's familiar with the walled city would know that, but most people don't go out of their way to find out. My mother devoted her life to researching the walled city and the magical phenomena within it, so I grew up with stories about the city, the recurrent, creepy dreams being one of them. They're common, then. common as the cold. My mother devoted her life to researching the walled city and the magical phenomena within it, so I grew up with stories about the city, the recurrent creepy dreams being... She said that before, didn't she? I've never been inside the walled city myself, but Mum went in pretty regularly and experienced the dreams. Your mum sounds like an interesting person. Sure, she was interesting, but not praiseworthy. What else do you know about the walled city? Very little. Just that my mother spent most of her time in there and she... well, it messed her up. Is there something specific you want to know about? I want to know... I want to know about the people who live there. Walled city residents tend to fall into two groups. Those who are threats and those who are threatened. You're either hunting or hiding. Life is harsh. Most people never get out. Now, there's a whole library here that just so happens to be the foremost location for walled city texts. I'm sure you can fill in the blanks. I get the feeling that your relationship with your mother was unusual. You'd better believe it. She was obsessed with the walled city. Put it before everyone in her life. Mum ate, slept, and breathed that city. Was something fueling her obsession? Yeah, actually. Mum was convinced that something was wrong with the place. That it was cursed in some way. Polluted with an unnaturally bad key. Hi Rose, sorry I missed your message earlier. I literally just looked at chat and saw Rose and I was like, ah. She'd visit the city under the protection of the Yellow Lotus and spend hours, sometimes days, studying it. Mother was consumed by her research. Did she ever find anything? She sure tried. Mum thought she could find a way to purify the place and to exorcise its demons. Her obsession with the walled city grew, and she devoted more and more of her life to breaking its curse. Wish I could say she fell off the radar, but really the rest of the world fell off of hers. Haha, all good. Thank you, Rose. I'm sorry, Crafty. That must have been hard for you. It is what it is, and here I am. Sounds to me like you don't believe in your mother's research. You can see Crafty studying you. She exhales through her nose, and it seems as if she's considering something. I know we've just met, Seattle, but you have a generous ear. I don't mind discussing my mother with you? Not mine. My mother is not in this game. As long as we keep the details between us. Mother's research was stupid. Just plain stupid. She wasn't stupid herself, no. Mum was very bright. But her obsession was downright unhealthy. Anyone could see that. The walled city is a toxic place, home to dark spirits and astral influence, but Mum believed in a singular curse at the heart of the place. When you say toxic, what do you mean? My mother failed to change the walled city, and the time she spent inside there changed her. She grew sickly and became moody, irritable. She suffered from night terrors the rest of her life. Must have been difficult to watch her decline like that. It wasn't just that. The breaking point for me was her ridiculous obsession. I refused to indulge her, and it drove a wedge between us. Neither of us were willing to relent. A small, bitter laugh escapes her throat. I guess we had that in common. Stubborn till the end. So, after Mum died, I turned my back on her work and left the walled city and its people to themselves. It's a toxic site beyond rehabilitation. I do my best to ignore it. At least, I've tried. Now that these dreams, these nightmares, are leaking out of the walled city, I wonder if I can still ignore it. We always have a choice. You're right. But not everyone's choices are weighted evenly, and I just don't think I can turn a blind eye to what's happening here. I have my mother's journals. I have the means to try and help. It's sure to dredge up bad memories, but if it'll help my friends, maybe it'll be worth it. I don't know. I guess I have a lot to think about. Anyway, thanks for lending me that ear of yours. I've been thinking about the dreams. Can I ask you something? She nods. Go ahead. Why do you think they're affecting people outside the walled city? It's definitely strange. Until now, I always thought the dreams were nonsense, that my mother just had night terrors because of her madness. She props her chin up with her right hand. But now it's really happening, and not just to me, to others around Hoy. Those same psychic forces that drove Mum insane are edging into our subconscious. Lately, I've been wondering if there might have been something to her ravings. Maybe. I've been skeptical for so long, it feels almost blasphemous to consider it. Maybe the walled city's curse is real. I just don't know. Of all the people here, you have the greatest advantage when it comes to investigating these dreams. That's true, but my mother's notes are scattered all over the shop. Most of her research is scrawled in the margins of the books that you see on the shelves in piles and stacks all over. The clues we'd need to figure this thing out could be in any one of these volumes, and there are thousands of them. But if the dreams reach spreading, can you really afford to let all this knowledge just sit here? Yeah, I know what I have to do. It's just, damn. Look at them all. She tiredly looks down at the book she was reading earlier. Guess I won't be finishing this one anytime soon. Right, Seattle. I'm gonna get started. Now. But it'll take time. The House of Five Phases is jammed from floor to ceiling with books, and any one of them could hold valuable information. Check in once in a while, and I'll share my findings with you. Sure thing. Keep me updated. Will do. Thanks, Crafty. See you around. Right, now I can finally do a run. Now I've actually talked to everyone. Even just looking at my phone, stream seems to be running like way smoother. So that's cool. From Isabel. Duncan asked me to do some digging on my own into Raymond's history. I guess he doesn't trust Kindly Ching to give him the full story. I can't say I blame him, since she'd hide things from us if it was in her best interest to do so. So I've been poking around various corners of the Matrix, trying to dig up what I can. Most sinners leave a data trail the size of an aircraft carrying... Most sinners leave a data trail the size of an aircraft carrier in their wake. Working backward in time, Raymond starts out that way, but it slowly tapers away into nothingness. Sure, I can find some basic records in Seattle. Power, utilities, a couple of public discussion sites he signed up for. But the further back I get, the less I find. And the craziest part is this. Prior to 2032, I can't find anything at all. And that shouldn't be possible. It's like Raymond didn't exist before then. I don't know. I'm going to keep digging, but it'll take me a while. I'll let you know when I get some news worth sharing. Isabel. I should probably try out the Welcome to Hoy and Mission Computer one too. You know what? Let's attend a party. Seattle. I need you to come to the parlor. A friend and business partner of mine named Dr. Shen Yang has need of your services. Something about attending a fancy party in Repulse Bay. He was unwilling to give me the details. I think he wanted to size you up himself. Oh yeah, and didn't I have pay data to... Yeah, $300. Do I have any pay? No. Oh wait, here's the dude. A rotund, balding dwarf in a cheap suit turns to face you. Light glints from the heavy gold chains that hang around his neck. When he speaks, the voice that greets your ears is high and nasal. It has been contorted into a rough approximation of a New York accent. So you're telling me it's a bad attempt at a New York accent? Hey, I'm walking here. Pleased to meet ya. Ching was kind enough to arrange this little sit-down between... That was not a New York accent. To arrange this little sit-down between us. You can call me Dr. Shin Yang. Pleased to meet you. I'm Seattle. His grip is as soft as his palm is moist. It's like shaking hands with a boneless hand. Ugh. You share a long, uncomfortably flaccid handshake before he finally releases you. I'm, looking for a little outside help on a problem I've been having. Ordinarily, I'd handle it myself or have some of my friends see to it, but it's kind of delicate, you know? My guys would be noticed before they made any headway on my problem, so I figure, hey, I hire contractors all the time. Might as well get some contractors of a different stripe. Tell me about your problem. Maybe we can help. I run a little film studio, Southern Crown Films. We mostly do trid work, but we record some sims too. Maybe you've seen some of my stuff? Space Mongols from the Moon, The Flavor of Pomegranates, Ultimate Kill Squid. Can't say I've had the pleasure. Ah, too bad. I'll send some over to Ching so you can take a look. I feel like she'd hate that. Anyway, there's this other guy in the industry, and we've been butting heads since day one. Name's Neville Ma. He runs Yellow Springs Studios. No matter what I do, I can't shut him out of the biz. He always manages to get one over on me, steal my stars. He's been running me into the ground with this show he's called Promises in Moonlight. The star's a girl named Penelope Wong. New talent, but the viewers have been going nuts over her. She's the show's linchpin. Hang on, I'm getting there. So about 6 months ago, Neville was out in Guangzhou for some hoity-toity party, and he's on the road, probably drunk, and a semi comes out of nowhere, and pow! Wrecks his fancy Euro car Westwind. Bad luck for Neville. Good luck for me, I figure. Hey, that's the end of him for the year, and I start planning some new stuff he can't compete with from inside a hospital. You follow me so far? Let me guess. He found a way to compete with you from the hospital. No. Worse. The bastard is out of the hospital. He's back in the game, bringing out Season 2 of Promises in Moonlight. I need that show off the air one way or another. And that, my friend, is where you come in. Already? That's strange. Tell me about it. He should have been in that hospital for at least 3 months, and in physical therapy a lot longer. Only took him like a week to get out. Couldn't freaking believe it. That kind of medical care costs top dollar. He's got a lot of money, but not that much. Recovery time like that means one of two things is going on. Neville could have found himself a silent partner. Someone willing to pay top dollar for cutting-edge care. I don't think it's likely, but it could have happened. If it ain't that, the smart money says that he's been skimming off the top of Yellow Springs earnings and not reporting it to the other shareholders. And you want me to look into that, I take it. I need you to get me something to blackmail Neville with. Find out how he could afford to get out of the hospital so fast. He works out of his penthouse most days, so search his computer, closet, sock drawer, whatever. There's gotta be something incriminating in there. Where is this penthouse? Neville lives in the Repulse Bay. It's this real swanky joint on the south end of Hong Kong Island by the bay with the same name. I haven't been able to get anybody in to poke around his apartment because the security's too tight. Lucky for you, though. Neville's throwing a party on the mezzanine level with all the shops and a restaurant and a balcony and such. He's celebrating the second season launch of his show, and everybody's gonna be there. Gonna make a real snarl for the building security. You might want to head up the party if you can bluff your way in. Everyone close to Neville will be there, and most of them will be 3 sheets to the 1 by the time you get there. Some discreet question might get me the dirt that I need. Just remember, if you go to the party, don't use your real name. Go with Argyle. Should be safe enough. There's nobody in the biz out here with that name, so nobody will ask any questions about how your work's going. Hit the apartment, hit the party, dig up blackmail information on Neville Ma. Sounds easy enough. Oh yeah, Ching talked you up when I approached her with the job. Given what she told me, this job should be cake. Now, the blackmail material is what I need more than anything, but if you can get Penelope Wong out of her contract, I'll pay you extra. Got it? I want that star power on my side. One last thing. I don't want you starting a scene while you're there. You interrupt his party, make a mess or trash his apartment, and I'm not paying you. We clear on that? We're clear. Good. I can't have Ma knowing that I'm after him. In my business, everybody's got dirty tricks, but if you make it public you're using them... Dr. Shenyang draws a finger across his throat. I have no idea how this guy is a doctor. I do not believe he went to medical school. That's it. My career's as dead as the People's Republic of China. Nobody will work for or with me ever again, so don't embarrass me, eh? Understood. I'll be discreet. That's what I like to hear. You scratch my back, I scratch yours. You can get paid and I'll put the word out you're a solid hire. Sounds like we have a deal then. His grin widens. Good woman. That's what I like to hear. When you're done, drop Chin a line. I'll come meet you back here and I'll hand over the money. I love how I started off with like an attempt at a bad New York accent and it just devolved into like creep. I guess I'm going to a party. Right, so I want a Decker on my team. And I don't want Gaicho or Duncan on my team, since they're loud.
Be a safe escalator user. Hold to the handrail and take care of children and the elderly.
I was tempted to use one of the paid mercenaries. The paid runners. But, I'm not gonna be used to them. So, like, I'll just go with the Vector. You arrive at the eponymously named Repulse Bay, a gleaming hotel and apartment building on the shores of Repulse Bay, Hong Kong Island. Rolling storm clouds choke the sky, lending the structure a sinister appearance. As you push through the doors and into the building, a sudden break in the clouds reveal a sun that's gone red as blood. You make your way into a ground floor elevator. The attendant pays you no mind. As the car begins to climb, you hear the sounds of merriment drawing closer. As the doors slide open, you find Neville Mars' party in full swing. Might as well chuck this in Gobbet's inventory. The elevator disgorges you onto the mezzanine with little fanfare. Off in the distance, you can hear the sound of clinking glasses, carefree laughter, and silverware on china. Parties, breaking and entering, blackmail. Sounds like a good time to me. Wonder if Neville has an open bar. The rat on her shoulder chaps. What's first, Seattle? I say we go to the party. We'll play it by ear. I don't know the scene any better than you do. That's probably the wisest choice. He strokes his chin, and Koshai flexes its articulated limbs in anticipation. Lead on. We will follow. So I've actually done this before, but if I remember, I can open a door here, and bingo. Isabel can jack in for me, and yeah. So she should be able to get us an invite and maybe also some information. I always am just so bad at so shit, did I hit my own? Fuck. That's not good. Might as well also heal the shield boy. Sweet. So we've got information on Neville. Oh, I already did that. Search other records. Events. And we can download the invitation. Poggers. And can I safely check out? Yeah. Okay, but we're gonna check out the penthouse first. So you might as well capitalize on knowing the code. I mean, or I could use spellcasting. Or your third eye slides open, and the keypad before you takes on a gentle glow. A repetitive sensation radiates from 6, 1, 5, and 3. Code is likely a combination of these. I've never played a shaman in this game before, so I didn't know that that was a thing you could do. But let's look at my information. Mission items. The door code is 1635. The door unlocks. Why is it so cold in here? I can see my breath. Rows and rows of finely tailored suits, custom shoes, and various accessories fill this room. So he's got a massive closet. The fridge. This fridge is well stocked. There's enough food in here to feed a big party. Liquor cabinet. You know what? The liquor cabinet is full of expensive wines and spirits. Several decanters sit atop it, but one in particular catches your eye. A bottle of brilliantly bright red wine. Steal a sip. You take a gulp and quickly gag. The wine's strangely warm, and given the temperature of the room, and disgustingly salty. That's not wine. The opposite side of the living room is dominated by a massive security door. It's much heavier than the exterior apartment door, and looks like a recent addition. The wall has clearly been reinforced to support it. A series of top-of-the-line commercial-grade maglocks hold the doors sealed. It would be easier to tunnel through the wall than it would be to break them open. A cursory glance at the door frame reveals no sign of a keypad or a jack point, but you do see what appears to be an RFID reader. A 16-digit number has been stenciled onto the side of the reader in red ink. This didn't come with the apartment. Why fortify an interior door like this? To keep up appearances, I think. Can you imagine what installing this monstrosity in the hallway would do to the building's aesthetic? People would talk about it. A man like Ma wouldn't want that. Well, one thing is certain. We aren't getting through there without a key. Most likely that means that we'll have to get one from Ma, or from one of his people. We're going to the party, aren't we? I mean, that is the next logical step. Tell me we're going to the party. Looks that way. Settle up. We've got a party to attend. Although, maybe the jumble... When we jacked in, one of the things is like, this is a big jumble of numbers that makes no sense. But maybe, now that we have the 16-digit code on the side of that door, maybe, just maybe, you're gonna be the one that saves me. Have Isabel jacking again. Enter the reference number for Mars security door. There we go. You enter the numbers that was stenciled onto the door. The system chugs for a moment, then the screen fills with data. Security door installation. Ma Neville. Keys issued. 3 of 3. Ma Neville. Wong Penelope. Kang Victor. All keys claimed. Good to know. No restaurant service tonight. The kitchen staff's too busy with the party to serve anyone. Wish I could get onto that balcony. Or that delicious food. See? This guy knows what's up. Why can't you get in? Guests only. The guy throwing it seems connected to the Twitter industry. There are tons of actors in there, some of them from Promises and Moonlight. You know the show, right? Of course! Can't wait for the new season! Definitely not lying. Me too. That twist of Lady Shung in the last episode? What a cliffhanger. I couldn't believe it. Me neither. Good luck with the kitchen, buddy. Might as well just go straight in. I could have charisma'd my way in. Bruh. But here's the party invitation. He takes the invitation and scrutinizes it. He then looks at you. Reluctance plain on his face. Enjoy the party, man. Oh, I got karma. How much karma do I have now? 2. Let's start from the left and go around to the right. They're serving century-old Cabernet-like punch here. It's hard to believe considering how much a single bottle costs. It's even harder to believe Mr. Mars hosting this party. It's so soon after his accident. I heard about that. Doesn't seem to have slowed him down. The man's a machine. Not literally, but he might as well be the way he sprang back after being T-boned at 140 clicks an hour. Jesus, how's he even standing? Don't even know, but here he is, alive and kicking. Or dining, regaling, what have you. If you ask me, it's all that positive key the fans have stirred up. I heard there are entire message boards praying for him and making offerings at temples. The Matrix is nuts for Promises and Moonlight. If Ma hadn't negotiated a second season, his fans would have just as easily have turned on him. If that's all it takes to win immortality, maybe I should become famous too. Isn't that why we're all here? To be famous, become famous, or make someone else famous? He catches sight of someone across the room and waves. Lisa, over here! Gives you a curt nod. Nice talking to you. Alright. Penelope Wong. Glamorous style that flashes you a standard celebrity smile. Lovely, but emotionless. Good evening. Penelope Wong, but please, call me Penny. Fantastic party, Penny. Please extend my thanks to Mr. Ma. I'm Ms. Argyle. He'll be delighted to hear it, and Neville takes any chance he can to show how well Yellow Springs Studios is doing. Do you know him well? Not directly, but I'm in the film industry too, just not in Hong Kong. I mostly came to see how he's recovering. Oh, it was absolutely miraculous. I must admit, I nearly died of fright when I heard what happened. But to look at Neville now, you'd never guess he'd been hurt. Just miraculous. I'll keep a secret if you will. It's a shame the rumour mill's caught wind though. There are rumours? She blinks. I haven't heard any rumours. You wouldn't believe the things people are saying. Embezzlement, secret partners, and other such chicanery. I'm sure it's all nonsense. If we plant that in her head, maybe she'll turn to the other person. That's ridiculous. The studio's doing better than ever. We're even expanding. No money lost there. Oh, I wouldn't put any stock in Matrix rumors, especially the ones about new investment partners. Someone new? For a moment she's lost in thought, face twisted in concentration. No, I don't think so. But Neville did make some new friends while he was in Guangzhou. Oh? There was a woman, can't remember her name, who now visits Neville regularly. I hear she's quite the fashionista. This a business or a personal relationship? Penelope shrugs. They seem to get on well. I'm a little sad he's never introduced us though. She's supposed to make an appearance tonight. I'm very much looking forward to meeting her. Oh, please excuse me, that's Mr. Yao, and I promised him I'd say hello tonight. Enjoy the party! One last thing before you go, Penny. Do you have a key fob for Neville's security door? A quizzical look crosses her face. I do, but how do you know about that? Building management told me. They sent me down to see if I could bring them your fob. They need it to fix a glitch and they don't want to bother Mr. Ma. Oh, in that case, please, take my key fob. Just bring it back when you're done, okay? She digs around her purse before producing a small plastic device and hands it to you. Thank you, Penny. You don't know how helpful you've been. I feel always happy to help where Neville's concerned. I feel bad. For like tricking her, because she genuinely seems like a nice, decent person. Neville Ma is dressed in an immaculate suit, surveying his party from the edge of the balcony. As you approach, he inclines his head respectfully. Good evening, Ms. I'm sorry. I don't believe we've been formally introduced. I'm Neville Ma, owner of Yellow Spring Studios. I thought I was Argyle. When did I become Argent? The pleasure's all mine, Mr. Ma. Call me Ms. Argent. Thanks so much for hosting this gala. You're very welcome. It's important to show the industry and the press that Promises in Moonlight is doing well and that we're still a local operation. Hope that you're enjoying yourself. I can sense him? Focusing your senses, you concentrate on Ma's aura. Your third eye slides open, unveiling the hidden reality of the astral plane. The walls of the veranda balcony go grey and cold, and Neville Ma explodes into scintillating light. Judging by the state of his aura, Ma appears to be in good health. His essence is slightly frayed, the sort of damage you'd associate with a standard data jack. Otherwise, he appears to be more or less intact. You do, however, detect a faint tinge of discoloration in the periphery of his aura. A chronic illness might darken an aura in this way, but you've never seen anything quite like this before. Having seen what there is to see, your third eye slides shut again. If Ma is aware that you've sensed him, he doesn't show it. I've heard about your accident. How did it happen? He sighs. It seems as though that's all anyone wants to hear about these days. To be honest, I'm getting rather tired of repeating the story. Suffice it to say, a delivery truck, a drone, experienced a glitch and ran a red light. If it hadn't hit me, it would have hit someone else. Did the police discover anything unusual? Not really. Apparently the latest software update to the truck had gotten corrupted, but that was all they found. It was shocking to discover that the delivery company missed the glitch, but I suppose that it's a mistake anyone could have made, and certainly not enough to point to any one person. I heard you made a new friend while you were in the hospital. Yes, Miss Feng. She's quite an admirer of Promises in Moonlight. She kept my spirits up as I was recovering from the accident. What line of work is she in? She's independently wealthy. I believe that she was an early investor in Eastern Tiger during their expansion several years ago. You were discharged from the hospital pretty quickly after your accident. Your treatments must have been expensive. Not especially. Guangzhou's hospitals are top tier. Confidentially. My rapid recovery mostly came down to luck. The accident could have been a lot worse than it was. I owe Eureka a lot of thanks for their safety features. Thanks for talking with me, Mr. Ma. My pleasure. Please, enjoy the party. So basically all we know is that his vibes are off. His vibes are rancid. Go back up to the penthouse. I love how he just left the door open. As you approach the door, a light set in your key fob goes from red to green. There's a loud series of thunks and the door slides open. A blast of frigid air floods into the room from the other side. Cyber terminal? An expensive consumer-grade computer terminal awaits your input. The display background is set to a screen cap from Promises in Moonlight. Penelope Wong's radiant face beams at you from a corner of the screen. Why, if it isn't Ma's personal terminal. A sly smile crawls up Isabel's cheeks. She cracks her knuckles. Let's have a look. A few keystrokes is all it takes to get into the computer's file structure. With the high-tech security door in his apartment, it seems Ma never bothered to encrypt his machine. Search financial records. They're astoundingly boring, apart from two major things. He spent next to nothing on his hospital bills, where it appears he only stayed for 3 days, and he's spending a lot of money on a woman named Ku Feng. Jewelry, bills, clothes and such. You read through Ma's email, most of it spam and boring business arrangements. But one detail stands out. Neville Ma is frequently emailing a woman named Ku Feng. They seem close, exchanging a lot of thinly veiled flirtation. It appears that Neville has been lavishing Ku Feng with money and affection, expensive gifts, rent checks, miserable attempts at poetry, seeing to it that her every need is met. The piano is throwing me off because it sounds like Moonlight Sonata, but just like slightly off. Let's go into his office. Without warning, a frigid wind blows through the apartment. The chill cuts through your clothing, raising goose flesh all over your body. Where is that coming from? There's another blast of cold and a pale and imposing woman materializes out of thin air. A throng of blank-faced men and women materialize alongside her. Ah, the little dog who's been sniffing around Neville Ma's affairs. Her voice is imperious, arrogant. Ku Feng, I presume? She nods. Just so. My servants have been watching you since you arrived. I suspect that you are an evil woman, and that you are here to do harm to Neville, and so I came to stop you. Let's use astral perception. You focus your vision on the astral plane and expand your senses to take in the woman's aura. Black shadows color her essence, the kind of markings often found in the auras of terminal cancer patients and vampires. I think that I know your secret. She raises an eyebrow. Oh, and what do you intend to do with this knowledge? Tradition would dictate that I ram a stake through your heart. She smiles at you with blood-red lips. An armed conflict in this room would bring security within moments. The Hong Kong police force would no doubt arrive shortly after. Is that what you want? Makes no difference to me. I can disappear just as swiftly as I arrived. But you, on the other hand... She's right. We can't fight in here. Doc Shenyang told us that we wouldn't get paid if we did. We appear to have reached an impasse. I cannot allow you to leave, and you seem intent on continuing your investigation here. So, how shall you resolve this conundrum? There's another way. A more formal arrangement then? A face-off in a neutral location? A duel at midnight works for me. Very well. As for the terms, if I win, you willingly submit to my influence. You become my pawn. And if you win, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. She nods, grinning. Wait 15 minutes for the sun to go down, then come to the roof. We'll settle this there, like gentlemen and ladies. The sun dips below the horizon. Mist coalesces, coating the rooftop in dew. Ku Feng and her cohorts appear. Are you prepared to become my servant, elf? You must not resist, or I'll be forced to kill you. Should it come to that, I'll endeavour to make it swift and painless. But no promises. She do be kinda pretty with like the evil eye look going on. Let's see what you've got. This'll be entertaining. Kill her! Damn, we do be fucking outnumbered. Is there anywhere I can summon a spirit? Cool. And now I can just... And with Isabel, I think I want to come up to here. And then... What's the grenade launcher? And for Gobbet, I think I want to move here and summon it right on the power thing. And go for the most hurt one. Oh damn, I forgot that that thing chains. That was pretty... So we're one down on enemies. Alright. I think it's best if I come back into cover. Oh, do I take 80? I know, because I've got a thing up. I guess Wind Blast? And for Gobbet, I might blast the dude that's right there instead of using the... Oh, sorry, that was Isabel. What spells does Isabel know? She can heal me up. Excuse me? And then he can attack that. And Koshai can... Damn, it really feels like her minions are like stronger than she is. What happened to the spirit that I summoned? Acid bolt. $49. Alright. And then if I walk into the here, if Goblet walks here, oh. Wait, I surrender, don't kill me. What's wrong? Not feeling so powerful now? She claps her hands, pleading. The whole Mistress of the Night thing is just an act. I'm just an accountant that got infected. I don't really know how to fight. I was faking it. I just wanted to scare you into backing down. An accountant? I was on a business trip to Shanwei last year. I went to a rave, got drunk and passed out. When I woke up, I was in an alley and someone had done this to me. And so you, what, decided to embrace the whole vampire thing? What choice did I have? I couldn't go back to work and it was a dead-end job anyway. No upward mobility, no room for growth. I did what anyone would have done. I tried to make the best of it, to capitalize on my new abilities. I'm a vampire now. I can't control that, but I can control how I choose to monetize it. So what was your endgame? How did you see this working out? Beats me. It's not like I have a rulebook for this or anything. I'm just making it up as I go along. Who knows? Maybe I could eventually become the vampire queen of Repulse Bay. Wait, so this whole thing has just been you, what, improvising? Pretty much, yeah. I don't know what the hell I'm doing, I'm just doing my best. Look, if I'm ever found out, I'll be killed for bounty money. It's either this or get gunned down by a vampire hunter. How did you manage to survive? I've been hiding out in Kowloon. I was hoping to just disappear. As far as my friends and family know, I'm missing, maybe dead. I think that's for the best. I mean, how could I explain what I'd become? Can you imagine how ashamed my family would be to find that I'd become this monster? No, it's better that they think I'm dead. So, can we call this a truce or something? I scratch your back, you let me live? What do you say? I think we can work something out, conditionally. Yes, anything, just tell me what you need. First off, I want some answers. I'll tell you whatever you want to know. You ask questions and I will answer. No lying, I promise. How are you and Neville Marr connected? I happened to be in the same hospital that he was, trolling for a meal. I don't like to drink blood from unwilling people, so I go to hospitals at night looking for people who won't mind if I take a sip. People in comas, patients with terminal illnesses, that kind of thing. Makes me feel better about what I have to do. So I wandered into his room and I recognised Neville Marr. I'd seen him on the news, seen photos of the accident. He was in a real bad shape, a lot of broken bones and internal injuries, but somehow he was still conscious. So you offered to help? Well, I knew that if I gave uninfected people my blood, they'd be able to heal like I did, just not as fast. I'd figured that out early and by mistake, but it can come in handy from time to time. So when I saw that Neville was conscious, I decided to make my grand appearance. I materialised in the room and told him that I'd make him a trade. I'd fix him up, good as new, but he'd owe me some favours for it. I wasn't specific as to how many favours or what kind. He agreed. Actually, he leapt at the chance to become my pawn. I guess that when you're all broken up like that, you'll do just about anything to get better. The deal was done, and we got along. I think he's charming. He thinks I'm funny, and he doesn't care that I'm a vampire. He told me that he gives me nice things because he likes me, and not because he owes me his life. It's all very sweet. I've decided what's going to happen. Okay, what's it going to be? You're going to get Neville to fire Penelope Wong? Wait, all of this about that stupid soap opera? That's about the size of it, yeah. I can't believe it, of all the idiotic reasons to blow my cover. Fine, I'll make Neville get rid of it. How hard will that be? Neville can't say no to me. I mean that quite literally. He'll do it, no question. And what about Neville and I? Leave him alone. Go back into hiding. I can accept that. And thank you. It's more kindness than I expected. I guess that's over then? Back down to the mezzanine. I want to go talk to Neville, but I feel like that's a bad idea, so I'm just going to go home. The clink of glasses and sound of Neville Mars' party fades into the distance as you leave the Repulse Bay. As the MTR carries you towards Hoi, the mountains of Hong Kong Island roll by as looming masses, obscured by rain and storm clouds. Penelope Wong has been fired from Promises in Moonlight, and Ma will be at a serious disadvantage without her. The whims of Trid viewers shift as readily as the tide, and without the Starlet's presence, Promises in Moonlight will undoubtedly lose ratings. Without Ku Feng at his side, Neville Mars' business should be easy pickings for Dr. Shenyang's underhanded schemes. I feel a little bad. But I did do the job in the best possible outcome, probably. For karma. For karma for ruining the lives of 3 people. Alrighty then. Your comlink chirps. It's kindly Ching. Yes, ma'am? Come to the Mahjong Parlor, my darling. I have something I want to show you. Your crew is already here. I'll be there right away. Very good, my sweet. Very good. I'll see you shortly. Her parlor is like down here. As you walk through the Mahjong parlor, you see your crew waiting for you, clearly uncomfortable to be so close to the Triad boss. Then, you see why. Kindly Ching's cheeks are flushed and glowing. She's already hit the bottle pretty hard. Ah, Seattle, you're here. Excellent. Yes, Seattle, it is good to see you. Let's get to it, shall we? You said you had a lead, Auntie? I did, and I do. The wiretap we placed on the police force has borne fruit. Her mouth breaks into a wolfish grin, and her eyes take on a feral gleam. She appears fueled by alcohol and vengeance, a hungry beast on the hunt. My people have delivered a snippet of a recorded video call between the plastic-faced man and Chief Inspector Crate of the Special Duties Unit. Whoa. This should be good. Should we take a seat? Unfortunately, it's only a snippet. There are some technical difficulties with the tab. She glances at Bao, who nods back at her. The person responsible has been sacked. And by sacked, I think she means dead. Ching reaches out a lacquered fingernail, hunts for the button she's looking for, and stabs it in victory. There's a loud crackling noise at the beginning of the recording, followed by a squelching squeal that makes Gobbet cover her ears in pain. When the video recording begins, the man's voice sounds far away as if he's talking through a thick pane of glass. The woman's is louder, closer. Say that again. There's something wrong with this line. I said my client isn't interested in hearing more excuses, Inspector. That's what I thought you said. I'm not making excuses, mister. I have a department to run. Not for much longer if those 2 Westerners aren't found. They're linked to this Raymond Black somehow, and my client wants them out of circulation immediately. The 2 runners are his accomplices too. The little orc and the dwarf with the cyber deck. Gobbet looks at Isabel wide-eyed and swallows hard. Isabel winks back reassuringly. I'm aware, Inspector, thank you. We don't know how much any of them know, and my client is adamant that the risk be mitigated immediately. I've already made this the SDU's highest priority. If Josephine wants more resources on it, I'm going to need allocations from elsewhere in the department. That is a problem that can be easily dealt with. My client wants this over now. No more excuses, no more fuck-ups, no more cops floating in the river. Kindly Ching smiles at that and pours herself a shot. Tell her we are redoubling our efforts. Very good. Dead or alive, you bring them to me. My client requires my personal verification that the threat has been eliminated. Hang on, this line is getting worse. There's a sharp crackle and the recording ends. Kindly Ching picks up her PDA and puts it away with a smile. She unscrews the cap in her bottle and pours herself a shot with a flourish. That's the guy we saw in the surveillance footage, the one who killed Raymond Black. She leans into the PDA. Didn't Ching put the PDA away? That plastic face looks a lot cooler close up. I think it's kind of pretty. That video doesn't tell us much. I mean, we already knew that there's an APB out on us. All we're sure of now is that the man with the plastic face is definitely working for someone else. This Josephine. Is that all we have, Auntie? A first name? It's not just a first name, Gobbet dear. It's the first name. Josephine Sang. She's the one pulling the strings. Kindly downs her shot and slams the glass upside down on her table. That disease-riddled dog fucker. I should have known it was her from the beginning. And she had nerve to call down the heat on my runners? On Nightjar? Oh, that scabrous fossil is going to pay! The woman has enough power to order the Hong Kong police force to hunt us down? Chong makes a wet, hacking noise in the back of her throat and spits on the floor. I'm not going to make that noise because that's gross. She's the CEO of Sang Mechanical Services and a member of the Hong Kong Executive Council. I'm not going to repeat that last line because I'm worried if I say it too much I'm going to get banned or something. Let's cut to the chase. What's our next step? There's nothing we can do to touch Josephine Sang, as much as I hate to admit it, but the plastic-faced man is a different story. He's a third-party operative who's been careless, and he'll live to regret it. Her little black eyes turn stony. For a while. If Sang thinks she can take out 2 of my runners and get away with it, I'm going to have to explain things to her. She pulls out a thin black cigar and runs it beneath her nose. We're going to find the plastic-faced man, and we are going to hurt him. We'll hurt him until we know everything he does, and then we'll use that to strike back at Josephine Sang. She lights her cigar and takes a deep, deep pull. You'll have your vengeance, and I will have my own satisfaction. Now get out. I have work to do. I'm going to quickly talk to the doctor. Xing Yang is busily puffing away on a foul-smelling cigar, his comlink in one hand. His eyes flash with anticipatory glee as he sees you. Dr. Xing Yang greets you in the name of all producers. How'd the shindig go? I've got the information you wanted. He explained the night's events from start to finish. As you speak, Xing Yan's face grows ever more incredulous until finally his mouth is left hanging halfway open. He slowly places the cigar in a nearby ashtray and shakes his head in disbelief. You didn't kill the vampire? I would have shot her right in the face, but it was big of you to let her go. Seems like she was a victim of circumstance and whatnot. All's well that ends well, and I got Wong, so you can be sure it's ending well for me. Alright, kid, we'll send payment to your Matrix job. You earned it. Glad to be able to help. Dr. Xing Yang is about to speak, but his comlink begins to buzz. Irritated, he answers it and switches it to speaker mode. Yeah, who is it? What do you want? I forgot I did a voice with him. Hello, Xing Yang. I just wanted to let you know that I've released Penelope Wong from her contract. If you're still interested in her, she's all yours. Also, I hope your business is doing alright. I'd heard that you'd had some problems with cash flow. If you need a loan, I'm happy to help. You don't sound too mad, Nev. What's the catch here anyway? You must have the next big thing lined up already. Oh, Doctor, there's no need for it. Do you not want to know why I keep putting our little contests and you're always playing catch-up? It's because you think people like Miss Wong actually matter. They don't. Stars are crafted, moulded out of talent, yes, but ultimately constructed. With enough time and effort, anyone can be made into a star. It's just a question of manipulating public perception. Maybe so, but I got her now and your show's dead in the water without the star. What do you think of that, eh? I think that I'm going to do what any good soap opera producer would do. Write her character out with a tragic death and bring on someone new. You labour under the misapprehension that viewers have loyalty. They don't. They only have appetite. As long as you chase stars like Wong, you'll lose. Don't be afraid to think bigger, Doctor. Reach for the drama, not the dramatists. With that, Neville Ma hangs up on Dr. Shenyang. For the next 30 seconds, Dr. Shenyang releases a stream of violently imaginative invectives at his phone. Even Strangler Bauer looks taken aback at the ferocity of Shenyang's anger and the inventiveness of the sexual positions that he describes. Finally, he takes a deep breath and composes himself. That dirty little weasel, insulting my creativity like that. The nerve. Go on, kid, we're done here. Thanks for all your help, but I gotta get going. I gotta talk to a guy about buying a bunch of snakes. Concern? I'll stop by the magic shop on the way to the boat. Immediately upon entering, you notice the clutter. Somehow the small magic shop is even messier than before. Stacks and stacks of books occupy chairs, tables, and the tops of shelves. There seems to be even more than when you had first visited. It's as if you just entered a paper factory, and it's spawning season. You peer around a precariously arranged tower of books and find Crafty hungrily reading one of her mother's journals. Red rings her eyes, and tousled hair falls over her face. It looks like she hasn't seen the better part of a pillow in a couple days. She moves to stretch and spots you. With a quick flick of her hand, she marks her place in the journal. What a welcome sight! Have you found anything? Not too much. What about you? A slow smile spreads across her cheeks. She nods. This mind-numbing tedium is starting to pay off. Check this out. The dreams that everyone's having, they aren't really dreams. They're omens. From what I've gathered, we're walking a fine line here. They're pretty dangerous. Attempts to interpret them could lead to mixed results. What do you mean by omens? You know, omens. Harbingers of doom and gloom and bad things to come. Her mouth twists to the side as she thinks. Just a minute. Crafty opens a drawer behind the counter and brings out a dictionary. Clears her throat. Omen. A sign that warns of future events by way of visionary creatures or hallucinations. Why are they happening here? Apparently these sorts of portents are commonly linked with malign places and disaster sites. They're caused by leakage through wounds between our world and the astral plane. What's causing these wounds? Can we stop it? Not sure we can. At least I haven't found anything about that in my mother's texts yet. We don't want to dive into this haphazardly, Seattle. Remember, these omens can be dangerous. How are they dangerous? You'd think that I would know, being a shaman who summons spirits. In here, it says these visions, or dreams, or whatever you want to call them, are real. They're open to interpretation, but interpreting them incorrectly can be disastrous. Astral space is a place of dream logic. Taking the things you see too literally can be even more dangerous than ignoring them. Sounds like the best outcome would be for us to interpret a dream correctly. Using that term loosely, yes, but there's no real correct way to interpret a dream, and it's difficult to separate the nonsense from the substance. Can you interpret the dreams? I can't help you interpret your dreams. Whatever they're trying to impart, it's beyond me. All I can do is keep reading. There has to be something in this library that can help us understand what's happening. You'll get to the bottom of this. You'll see. One can only hope. Now let's have a little look at our wares while we're here. Oh, never mind, we haven't gotten paid yet. See you soon. I'll be here. I love how it says safe boat and not safe house. This game makes me a little thirsty from talking a lot. So I'm gonna quickly go and make myself a pot of tea. But I'll be back as soon as possible. Thanks for waiting and being patient. But yee. I'm back. I'm not super sure if I can talk to people before I go to sleep, but let me check with Duncan. You enter to find Wu stalking the floor silently, one hand held rigidly near his hip, the other flexing and unflexing again and again. When he notices you, he nods once and goes back to his caged panther routine. You're gonna wear a hole in the floor that way. He keeps pacing. Need something? I need to know that you're not gonna go on a rampage soon. See this? This pacing? This is how I don't go on a complete raging. No, this shit is gonna be controlled. I forget that we have a name for it. We have a voice for him. Of course we have a name for him. Been thinking about Josephine saying what she did to our family. What she did to Carter. His pace increases a bit and his tusks jut forward slightly. Josephine sang. Goddamn Josephine sang. Don't fixate on her wing. Try not to lecture me, Vic. And this isn't me being fixated. I'm focused. You heard Kindly Ching. The woman is ruthless. And we have our own evidence of that, don't we? She hurt us. Hurt me. Now that old Duncan is coming out to play. Here's what we do. We walk into Tang headquarters and ask for the boss. When she comes down, we grab her, take her somewhere quiet, and ask her why she had Carter and those runners killed. Find out what happened to Raymond, whether he's alive or dead. What happens next is up to her. I think the direct method will result in a quick death. They'll never see it coming. That's why the plan's so beautiful. This is the way to go. My way. Now, where have I heard that before? What? My way? That's right, there's one way this is gonna go. He catches himself. Understanding appears in his eyes. Inhaled a bit of What kind of tea did I get? I just went with like the boring standard tea. I think I started buying PG Tips because it's slightly cheaper than Dilmah, but it's still like decent tea. I will never stoop to buying Bill. Like, Bill's not that bad, but for some reason I just really don't like their tea. Oh crap. That's what Roy used to say. Raymond Black. That bit of spit I inhaled is really... like, combined with the Duncan voice, it's not fun for my throat. Raymond Black, our benevolent dictator. No questioning his rules, no falling short of his expectations. It was his way or the wrong way. We would get the full-on Raymond treatment. I didn't care to be on the receiving end of that. And I was, more than once, that's for sure. You remember what happened a few years after we moved out of the squat and into his house? The thing with Doubletray and Lockjaw when he accused us of relapsing back into our old ways? Man, that was when Ray's authority finally got tested. When I finally stood up to him. Yep, the way he handled that was part of the reason I eventually left. He just wouldn't listen. I thought that might have been part of it, but to be fair, I wasn't listening either. That was our pattern, wasn't it? I wouldn't listen, he wouldn't listen, then we butted heads. Rinse and repeat once every few weeks. He smiles, but it's filled with regret. But that time was the worst. Okay, Miss Jones, we don't need to do things my way. No need for us to butt heads. He stretches, you can hear his joints crack. And on that note, I'm gonna have to ask you to clear out. It's been another long day. I'm getting the feeling that they're all gonna be long days. Yeah, I'm getting that feeling too. Anyway, have a good night, Vic. I'll catch you tomorrow. Right, so we talk to people before we go to bed. Only so you didn't talk to Duncan yesterday. As you step into Isabel's cabin, she turns to face you. The desk that she's been working at is a mess. Food wrappers and computer expansion cards lie together in a heap. Isabel herself doesn't look much better. Her eyes are badly bloodshot and her lips have been drawn into a deep frown. I feel attacked. Fair enough. I don't like it that much. I should probably buy something else. Also, the B-backs. This is like the third time I've done this. Thank you for telling me. Luckily we didn't miss any big cinematic fights. It was just me talking to Duncan and then walking in to the basement and starting my conversation with Isabel. But thank you, Rose. I owe you a life debt. I clicked it back to the right screen on OBS, but it's taking a while to switch back to it on my phone. Concern? Hello? I mean, I am still live. Let me refresh my phone. Ugh. Why is it not going? Oh. My phone is finally caught up to my computer. The stream lag was like barely any difference before though. Maybe there's more people using the Wi-Fi now or something. Or like after the 2-hour mark it starts to lag more. Anyway, sorry about that. You're back. Hey. She shoves the box of assorted mounting screws aside with her foot. What do you need? How are you holding up? Not great. I'll manage. Is there anything that I can do? I seriously doubt it. Appreciate the offer though. When I unlocked these old memories, I told you that they were crystal clear, right? Every detail was perfect. It's still that way, and I think that it always will be. Then I guess the question is, if the memories aren't going to change, can you adapt to living with them? All good, I'm mostly just listening anyway lol. I'm playing Minecraft. Looks normal now. Thank you, Rose. Real MVP of stream. Honestly, I don't know. It's like having an eidetic memory. I'm stuck with a perfect record of every shitty thing that I saw and felt during my childhood in hell. It's not an easy thing to live with. Why not just lock the memories away when you're not using them? You have the key, just unlock them again when we need them. No, it doesn't work like that. I can't just lock in and unlock them whenever I please. There's a period of adjustment after I unlock them. I have to unpack the memories, reconcile them with everything else that's going on in my head. It's disorienting, painful. If I lock these memories away again, it's going to be for the last time. Until then, I'm just going to have to live with them. So, if you've got questions about the walled city, go ahead and ask them. I should be able to give you some answers. Not all the answers, mind you, but something. Now that we've unlocked your memories, I have a question about the walled city. She runs the tip of her tongue over her lips and nods. The look of fierce determination seizes her. Go on, ask me a question. I'm ready. How did you get out of there when you were a kid? How did you escape? Gobbet led me out. Really? She must have been what, 9 years old? Something like that. Go ahead and ask her about it if you want. I'm sure that she'll be happy to brag about it, but I think that we have more pressing matters to discuss. That's all for now. Can we talk about something else? Please, to be honest, almost anything else would be preferable. I have another question about the walled city? No, I don't. Guess that's it. I've got to go for now, Isabel. Good, because I've had enough for one day. I'm tired. Reliving this stuff is exhausting. Come back later if you want. I'll have had more time to unpack this stuff by then. But until then, please give me some space. Gobbet glances up at the sound of your approach, and a slight smile crosses her face. Hey, pal. Are you ready for your next lesson? Absolutely. Hit me with it. Straight to business. I like that. Good. This one is about people like Auntie Ching and why we need them. There won't be a Q&A session after this story, but I want you to listen up. It's important. I'm all ears. Alright, so here's the upfront lesson. Fixes are important. You can't just go to a Johnson yourself and get a job. I mean, you can, but you shouldn't. It's a bad idea all around. Do you want to tell me why? Because Auntie Ching and people like her have a purpose. You get a job from her and you can trust she's vetted the client. That's important. It protects the whole team. You remember the lesson from last time? The one about Tsui and the shiny object? How could I forget? Well, after that run was over, we went back to the sinking ship for some R&R. Tsui had told us that the client would be sending a boat to collect the shiny object in the morning. All that we had to do was keep the thing safe until the handoff. We were in a celebratory mood. We'd killed an evil wizard and stolen a priceless artifact. A good night's work by anyone's standards. Honu and Egret got good and drunk in record time. So he went back to his cabin with the shiny object to, I don't know, stare at it for a while or something. I retired to my cabin and crashed out. It had been a long night. I remember waking up to sounds. Yelling, maybe? I was groggy and they were far away. I couldn't quite make them out. The clock said 4:30 AM. People were always partying on the raft, playing loud music, shooting off fireworks, that kind of thing. So loud noises early in the morning weren't unusual, but something felt off somehow. I used to get that every now and again in the barrens. I learned to listen to it. Yeah, it's a lot like a panic attack, really. That full-body certainty that something is wrong. So I got up to investigate. If something was wrong, I wanted to know. And if it wasn't, I figured that I might as well get in on the party. I stepped out in the hallway and my foot slipped. I came down hard, landed on my ass, and found myself sitting in a pool of blood. That's not good. She shakes her head, grimacing. No, it was pretty bad. So it was pretty obvious by this point that something had gone horribly wrong. My first thought was that the shiny object must have, I don't know, unleashed something. After what I saw it do in that warehouse, I wouldn't have been surprised. I shook that off pretty quick though. I knew what this was. Our client was playing us. He'd hired us to steal the thing, and rather than paying us for the job, he'd sent another team to take it away. So what did you do? I got up and beeline for Malvina's cabin. She was the closest thing that the sinking ship had to a leader and the strongest rat shaman in the raft. Why go to her? Why not head straight to Tsui's cabin? She stares at you blankly. Because I'm not an idiot? Sorry, that wasn't aimed at you, but think about it for a second. There was a retrieval team coming for the shiny object, and they were strong enough to handle Tsui while he was holding it. What chance would I have of stopping them? I figured that it was time to bring out the big guns. Malvina was the one whom I could get them from. I passed some pretty bad stuff on my way down to Malvina's cabin. It was old man Shuyan's vault all over again. The torn up bodies, the blood-streaked floors. I saw people who had been cut apart with machetes. Scorch marks on the container walls. Deep down in the pit of my gut, I could feel the thrumming vibration of the shiny object. That heartbeat feeling that I had in the warehouse. It was back and stronger than ever. Whatever that rock was, it was awake. That'd be my cue to bail out. I wouldn't have wanted anything to do with that thing. I didn't either, believe me, but whatever was happening on board, it was killing people, and messily at that. I didn't want to risk getting cut down on my way to a life raft. Besides, he was my friend and the leader of my team. I thought that I had a chance to help him, so I took it. I sprinted down the last stretch of corridor to Malvina's cabin. Can't tell you what a relief it was to put my shoulder into the door, to feel it pop open, and to go tumbling into that room. And then somebody smashed a gun into my face. It was Cadmus, my friend. He jammed the muzzle of his super warhawk into my cheek so hard it hurt, then grabbed me by the belt with his other hand. I wasn't going anywhere. Just over his shoulder I saw Malvina. She didn't look amused. Note to self, if Hawaii ever comes under attack, don't start knocking down my friend's doors. Yeah, that's a good note. Wish I'd had you there at the time to keep me from doing it. She smiles weakly. Adrenaline and abject terror can make a girl do some stupid things, I'll tell you what. Anyway, it wasn't an attack. There were no hostile invaders on the sinking ship, and our client had nothing to do with what was going on. Turns out, there was no client. So he had lied to us, to me, because he wanted the shiny object for himself. What he wanted to do was take the sinking ship away from Malvina, and so he used us to steal him something that he could use to foment a mutiny. She paused for a moment, gathered her rats in her hands and lifts them to her shoulders. They scurry over the leather of her coat and disappear into her hair. As it turns out, betrayal hurts, Seattle. Malvina felt it, and I felt it too. He had been a friend. I had just risked my life to save his, like 4 hours ago, and he had tricked me into helping him do something unthinkable. I would have killed him for that. Yeah, well, we're getting to that, but I wanted to, believe me. As it was, I did just about the only thing that I could think of to extricate myself from my predicament. I fast-talked my way out of it. I opened up by doubling down on my loyalty to Malvina, Cadmus, and the status quo on the sinking ship. Stirring my undying friendship, you know the drill. I did a good job of it, but they still looked a little iffy. Iffy with a warhawk is bad, so I volunteered to prove myself by stealing the shiny object back from Tsui. I know, right? Not my style at all. But then I didn't really have a choice. I'd inadvertently helped to arm the bastard who was tearing our friends and neighbours apart. I don't think I could have cleared my name without taking his weapon away again. It was a hell of a night. I don't want to get into too many of the gory details. Friends died. Hell, friends killed each other. It was brother against brother, all that jazz. And Tsui's indiscriminate use of the shiny object led a lot of things into this world that shouldn't have been. So, did you wind up stealing the thing back from Tsui? Yes. It wasn't easy, but I got it. You want to elaborate on that? Not really. I used lies and misdirection. Trickery. Rat helped. Some of the things that Sui let loose actually came in handy, funnily enough. He'd summoned so many of them that he couldn't hope to control them all, and that gave me an opening to use them to my advantage. I was able to steer some of Sui's followers into a pack of the damned things. It worked. Wasn't pretty though. Managed to trick my way past Sui's supporters in the astral menagerie that he'd summoned. Wasn't easy, but I did it. Then I stole the shiny object and all was right with the world. And yeah, I'm intentionally glossing over the details. I had to do some things that I'm not proud of, and people died because of it. But I got the damned thing, and I got it back to Malvina. What happened then? Long story short, Malvina put the shiny object to better use than Sui ever did. She took to the thing like she'd grown up using it. We still lost dozens of people, but Sui's side lost more. Cadmus was critically wounded, but he pulled through. After the skirmish, Malvina held an assembly. She told everybody that there'd be new rules for life on the raft. Anyone who refused to follow them could leave, and if you broke them, you were done. The rules of the sea and all that. After the pronouncement, she turned in the surviving mutineers. Honey was one of them. He'd been in on Sui's plan the whole time. She didn't kill them, but she did exile them from the sinking ship. And for people in our economic bracket, that was as good as a one-way trip to the walled city. I'd be willing to bet that they're all dead by now. In the wake of Malvina's ultimatum, 5 survivors left the sinking ship. I was one of them. I probably wouldn't have hung around either. She nods. You know how it is. We may have washed the blood off of the decks, but the energy of the sinking ship had changed. It wasn't the carefree haven that I had loved anymore, and as sensible as Malvina's rules were, I wasn't up to living under them. I had to go. We parted on good but sad terms, and as you'd expect, we drifted apart over the years. It's funny, I hadn't even thought of Malvina or the sinking ship in years. Not until I decided to teach you your previous lesson and it all came flooding back in. She pauses, turns to you. That's the story. It's finished. But I want to circle back on the lesson that I gave you up front because it's important. We need Auntie Ching to bring us work. That's obvious. But we also need her to keep us honest. To be sure that we, on the team, are playing straight with one another. Auntie Ching's reputation rides on the legitimacy of the jobs that she brings us. And that, more than anything, is why we need her. If we didn't have Auntie Ching or someone like her, we'd eventually tear ourselves apart. It happened on the sinking ship, and it could happen again in Hoi. So anyway, that's the lesson. If you've got a follow-up questions, go ahead and ask him. What did Malvina do with the shiny object? Well, first she used it to get rid of the things that Sui had let loose. Then she put it away for safekeeping. It's probably still there on the sinking ship, ensconced in some shrine or other, held under lock and key. At least she's keeping it safe. I'd have preferred it if she ditched the thing, but in the end that wasn't my choice to make. From what I've heard, she's still in power over there, so I guess that it worked out okay. And Sui, what happened to him? That walking colostomy bag was already dead, eaten by his own monsters after I took the shiny object away. Turns out he wasn't much good at controlling them without it. He didn't even live long enough to watch his mutiny fail. Grim! I got a question about Isabel. Oh yeah? Well sure then, ask away. She told me that you let her out of the walled city when you were kids. Care to fill in the details on that? Yeah, I guess I'm not surprised. Iz has never been big on padding a story with unnecessary detail. Want to tell your side of the story? Seems that I've got a vested interest in the walled city these days. Yeah, sure. Why not? I'll share. To start, I guess that you're going to need to know what the walled city was like when me and Iz were kids. She didn't tell you anything about that, did she? She drops some hints, but I'd like to hear your take on the place. Well, for starters, you should probably know that the walled city wasn't always as bad as it is now. It was it was always dangerous, but 10 years ago it was just a run-of-the-mill slum, still safe enough that walking in didn't qualify as a suicide attempt. I'd figured that what I saw in there had to be the bottom of a downward spiral. The bottom? What you saw? No, Seattle. When you went into the Lotus Den, you're on the outer perimeter of the walled city. What you saw earlier is the best that the walled city of today has to offer. As you go deeper toward the center, it gets a whole hell of a lot worse. Anyway, back when I was a kid, it was pretty much all like what you saw in the Lotus Den. Not exactly Victoria Harbour, but survivable if you knew what you were doing. Back then, I used to play in the walled city. Rat would lead me into all of the nooks and crannies that grown-ups were too big to fit through. There was this other young shaman in there that I used to play with. His name was Happy or Lucky, something like that. He followed Pig. Nice guy, good card player. Obviously, none of this was a good idea. A teenage girl going into the walled city by herself? That's a recipe for disaster. I didn't realise any of this at the time though. I loved playing in the alleys and crawl spaces of the walled city. It was fun. I did stuff like that myself in the Barrens. When you're a street kid, you make your own fun. Yeah, kinda makes you shudder when you look back on it, huh? It's like, where are those kids' parents? But then, with most street kids, that's a question that... that's best left unanswered. Now, with Isabel, it was a little different. She wasn't a street kid, not technically. She had parents who loved her. They just couldn't keep her safe, because in the walled city, there's no such thing. How bad was it for her? Bad. Could have been a lot worse, of course. Her family could have been living deeper inside the wall, toward the center. From what I've heard, that's hell on earth. But Isabel and her family had it bad enough. They're in the Mansion District. Mansion District sounds nice, right? But it really isn't. Imagine a sort of holding pen for refugees from the Middle East and Africa. Basically anyone who is an Asian, European or goblinoid. Now cram it full to twice its normal capacity and make sure that nobody living there can afford a loaf of bread. No goblinoids? There weren't any orcs or trolls in Isabel's district? No, people like me and Duncan get their own districts in the walled city, regardless of their country of origin. Nice, cushy places on the outer perimeter of the wall. There are advantages to being big and strong, especially when everyone around you is too malnourished to fight back. Of course, the residents of the goblinoid districts all share a metatype or two. They've got something in common, a set of shared experiences to tie them together. Not so in the Mansion District. The only things that those people had in common was their skin colour and the fact that they were living in crushing poverty. There wasn't even a common language for them to speak. It was a pretty rough place. Lots of infighting, lots of gang-on-gang violence. People did band together for protection, but there wasn't a lot of hope. Everyone lived in fear of being sent deeper into the slum, toward the centre. When you start getting dragged in that direction, you don't come back. Sounds like a charming place. Yeah, charming. And that's where I met Isabel. It wasn't long before we were friends. She was interesting. I think that's why I let her latch on to me. The girl was smart and savvy, but cripplingly shy. She didn't belong in the walled city. No one really does, but with her it was painfully obvious. She was like a little mouse crammed into a box full of weasels. It was only a matter of time before somebody snapped her up. But you got her out of there before that could happen. That's right. More accurately, Rat got her out of there. She came to me in a dream, showed me that whatever was going bad in the walled city was getting worse. The whole place was rotting from the inside out, choking in bad key and lost hope. I decided to go inside one more time. If I found Isabel, I'd offer to lead her out. If I didn't, well, she grimaces, spreads her arms. You'd have left her there. Look, it was her home. It wasn't mine, and I wasn't going back in there again. Period. I decided to go just that once, and against my better judgment, to see if I could maybe take Isabel out of there. But that was going to be it. I wasn't going to die to save her. I guess that's fair. You're damn right it is. More than fair. I risked my life to get her out. Anyway, I did bump into her, and she did follow me, and Rat got us both out safe. So there. Happy endings all around. What about the other people who stayed behind? That other shaman that you knew? They went bad. Crazy. That pig shaman that I knew wound up going full-on toxic. It was horrifying. He burned himself out in an orgy of blood. Ugh. Nasty business, and not for me. Don't you regret not being able to save him? Regret? No, he was a shaman. He should have known what was coming. I was smart enough to get out when I could, and he wasn't. Bad luck for him, but that's what happens when you don't pay attention. What about Isabel's family? She said that they were still in the walled city. Why didn't you bring them with you? You think that I didn't want to? She sweeps a loose strand of hair out of her eyes. Look, it was going to be dangerous enough to get Isabel out on her own. Dragging a whole family out with her would have been impossible. Yeah, I get it. I would have done the same thing. Good. You would have been right too. Besides which, Isabel didn't want to bring her family. She wanted to get away from them as much as she did from the walled city. Never could get her to tell me why. F. Hate being able to read that subtext from a mile away. Can we talk about something else? Oh, that we've exhausted our conversation unless we want to talk about the last run, which I don't. Thanks, Gobbet. Sure, and Seattle, thanks for listening. These lessons are for your benefit, but I think that they help me too. And it's nice to be taken seriously every now and again. No problem, Gobbet. I'll look forward to the next one. Her face lights up. Yeah, me too. Now get a move on. I've got Gobbet things to do. Personally, I think it's homophobic that the game doesn't give us karma for, like, these lessons. But that's a personal opinion. I'm not going to talk to Gaishu, because in our last conversation, it turns out that he's a pretty heavy imperialist, and that makes me uncomfortable. I really should have talked to the characters more in my, first playthrough of this game. The air in Rax's shop is ripe with the stench of old metalworking fluids. He turns to face you, a burning cigarette clenched between his teeth. Sorry about the smell. It's long past time to purge the coolant sump. If I had access to the proper equipment, this would not be a problem. I could clean the fluid and reuse it. But alas, halogen treatment chambers are rather hard to come by, even in a place like Hoy. He shakes his head as if to clear it. Anyway, my friend, you didn't come here to discuss the ins and outs of shop maintenance, I'm sure. So, what does bring you here? I've been thinking about what we talked about last time. Mind if I ask you a few questions? He tilts his head in acquiescence. Be my guest. I have no secrets to keep. There's a hard limit to the fusion of man and machine. Doesn't your vision of the future require us to get past that? You're speaking of the essence limit and the problems associated with essence loss. He releases a plume of smoke from the corner of his mouth. Yes, of course, it will be a problem. But as with all problems, a workaround will present itself. Of this I am certain. Are you basing that on anything, or are you just taking it on faith? He smirks at you. No, my friend, I am not taking it on faith. My beliefs are rooted in my own observations and experiences. For the time being, let us leave the matter at that. I have some more questions for you, if you don't mind. Feel free to ask them. I'll provide what answers I can. About the drone self-repair system that you invented. How did it work? There were 3 distinct elements to my approach. When these elements were all working in concert, prototypes that utilized the process displayed remarkable self-repair capabilities. This may be a lengthy explanation. I can skim over it if you please, or I can break it down for you if you're genuinely interested. I actually am interested in how they explain this, even if my character probably wouldn't be, as a shaman. So, give me the long version. I want to know how this process of yours works. He shifts his cigarette to the corner of his mouth. Very well, the long version it is. The first element of my process was an outer skin that the drone could be wrapped in, a refinement of older biomimetic self-healing materials, modeled to emulate the self-repair capabilities of living beings. Imagine a polymer composite interlaced with microtubules, capillaries if you will. These vessels are capable of delivering bonding agents to the site of a wound as it occurs, thus healing it. I've heard of smart materials that operate on a similar principle. They've been around for decades, haven't they? Yes, though they remained uncommon until recently. As I said, my material was a refinement on those earlier designs. It was also only the first part of a system. The synergy between the 3 was what made the project work. The second element involved the underlying structure of the drone's architecture. The servos, gears, circuits, etc. Utilizing self-assembling materials and redundant systems, I created a system by which damaged components could be fabricated and replaced by the drone itself, without any need for human interference. Alright, so you have self-healing skin and a self-replacing underlying structure. What was the third part? Finally, the system had a magical component. The corner of his mouth tips downward. I must confess a certain degree of ignorance when it comes to the portion of the project. I understand some of the theory behind what was done, but the specifics are beyond me. I'm surprised. I thought that this was your process through and through. Oh, it is. I was the one who recognized the need for a magical component, but I feel no shame in admitting that I cannot understand the specifics. I have a mind for figures and physics in the natural world. Magic works according to a different set of principles altogether. Truth be told, it makes my head hurt. Okay, so why did you need this third component? You said that it was your idea. In layman's terms, the magical element was necessary to render the system self-perpetuating. Obviously, no purely mechanical system can repair itself indefinitely. Synthetic skin becomes more brittle with every wound that it heals, and the automated assembly components will eventually run out of materials to work with. As a rule, fighting against entropy is a losing proposition. But with magic, we can rewrite the rules, weaken the grasp of those entropic forces to the point that they are rendered negligible. Think of magic as the lubrication that keeps the gears turning. I wish that it weren't necessary, but I am also a realist, and I must confess that it is required for the system to work. Gotta go sleep or maybe do uni work now. I enjoyed watching the stream. Thanks, Rose. Feel free to come back anytime. I'll probably be here for like maybe another run or two. And this package of systems is what your former colleagues stole from you? What you need to get back? Yes. Given enough time and resources, I might be able to recreate the first two components of the system on my own. But the magical component is, and will forever be, completely beyond me. That is why it's so important that we recover my research and the prototype that was stolen, and we will recover them. Of that I have no doubt. What do you think that a post-human future would mean? Freedom. He takes a long drag on his cigarette, sucking the smoke deep into his lungs. When he speaks, it erupts from his mouth in a plume. The ultimate freedom to direct our own progress, and to steer ourselves as a people in whatever direction we wish. Consider, my friend, every aspect of Koshai was tailor-made for a purpose. Dreamed up, designed and built by a singular guiding intellect. Alright, keep going. Now think of the circumstances surrounding your own birth and the building blocks that shaped you into the woman you are today. Your mother and father exchanged fluids, sloppily, no doubt, and with all the mindless abandon that such biological imperatives entail. Thanks for making it as gross as possible. That might have been the ugliest description of sex I've ever heard. Ugly, perhaps, but accurate. Sexual intercourse is an inarticulate process, a messy delivery mechanism for genetic material spurred on by hormones and base urges. Any attempt to guide the process on a societal level gets branded eugenics and declared... Don't tell me that he's a eugenicist. Oh, never mind. Any attempt to guide the process on a societal level gets branded eugenics and decried as monstrous for obvious reasons. Don't stay up too late, lol. You're not my mom! But I digress. The point I was making was that the forces that shaped you, and me, and anyone else you care to mention, were ultimately mindless ones. Blind, manipulative biological drives that led a sperm and an egg to collide. Add in a roll of the dice and a dash of Mendelian genetics, and here you are. This natural process of evolution and sexual selection guides the development of our species through trial and error. Throw a few billion darts at the wall and see what sticks. In the future that I foresee, this process will be reined in, guided by our own controlling intellects. To co-opt an antiquated phrase, the myth of intelligent design will become a reality, but we will be our own gods, reshaping ourselves as we see fit. Tell me again, what does this have to do with post-humanism? Step back for a moment and imagine a future in which we have fully integrated with machines. Really imagine it. There will be no niche that we cannot fill. We can guide our own evolution, tailor ourselves to whatever environment we see fit. We will no longer be slaves to the selective processes that have dictated our development since time immemorial. Let's say that you're right. At what point do we cease being human and become something else instead? He shrugs. Whenever we choose to define ourselves in that way, humanity is an intrinsically human concept. If we decide to rebrand ourselves as a different species, that is our decision to make. I strongly suspect that no one else would care. So tell me, what do you want? What's the endgame that you envision for us in this grand post-human future? Koshai raises itself up on its legs, stretching so that Rakta can caress its chassis. The motion is alarmingly fluid. more like a living thing than a machine. Raptor traces his fingertips over the drone's shell, his eyes focused on an imaginary point on the horizon. We have placed such unnecessary limitations on ourselves, my friend. It fills my heart with sorrow to know what we could be but are not. I would see those limits stripped away, peeled back and discarded, for the betterment of all. In the future that I foresee, we will open our eyes to the possibilities that surround us. Bodies reshaped to thrive in the deep ocean and the depths of space. Bodies inspired by nature or the human imagination, or both. Bodies that can be used and shed and used again, inhabited as their wearers see fit. The timely realization of such a future is what drives me forward. It is the cause to which I have devoted my life, and thankfully, it is inevitable. Assuming, of course, that we don't destroy ourselves first. Mind if I ask you about something else? So, in this post-human future that you're trying to bring about, what role would a drone like Koshai play? A similar one to the role that he plays now, I imagine. He was designed for a purpose, after all. That said, I can see the techniques that went into his design and fabrication having much broader ranging applications. You're pretty attached to that drone of yours, aren't you? You even assigned it a gender. You keep calling it him. Yes, of course. Koshai is very close to me. As if on cue, the drone scuttles forward, the hardened tips of its claws screeching across the metal floor of the shop. Comes up short just in front of you, a strange mechanical chitter rising from deep within its chassis. You might accuse me of anthropomorphizing my little companion, assigning human characteristics to him where in truth there are none. Truth be told, there is much more to Koshai than meets the eye, but that is a different conversation. One best suited to be held for another time. Why? Why not talk about it now? Because I have work to do, and I'm sure that you can find better uses for your time than listening to me prattle on. And with that, I must ask you to show yourself out. We can continue our talk at a later time. Alright, Raptor. We'll talk later. He turns away. Good night. I remember when I went looking for like Shadowrun game fanfiction on AO3, there's so much player character / Raptor content. Like, I'm a little uncomfortable with it, to be honest. You submit the job as finished and await the response. A few moments later, a message pops onto the screen. Good work out there, kid. Here's the money I promised ya. Dr. Shen Yang. Go back. Walk away. Go to bed. You wake up with a start. Once again, you're tangled in your sheets, drenched in sweat. Your throat feels like it's on fire. You can't remember what your dreams were about. Not precisely. But again, you feel that yearning sensation. The emptiness in your gut and in your chest. Your head throbbing, you heave yourself out of bed. With that being said, I really need to take a pee. I'm really sorry. I'll be right back. Thank you to my one viewer for sticking around. I am back. And I did wash my hands. Alright, so let's go back to the computer and pick a job. Oh, mail? Hey Seattle, I think I can add a little context to that thing between Auntie and Josephine Sang. You know, the thing that makes Auntie hit the source and talk revenge. There's a combo of stuff I heard and stuff I put together myself, so your mileage may vary. For years, the Yellow Lotus acted as tax collectors within the walled city. Since the walled city was built by Josephine Sang and the Yellow Lotus was run by Auntie Cheng, they must have had a working business relationship. For a while at least. From what Nightjar told me, he was her favourite, you got that, right? Auntie was known as a real up-and-comer back then. She was on the fast track to be the next Yellow Lotus 438. That's a big deal gig, Seattle. Money and power galore. If I can press the next button. Now, you need to know that there are a lot of triads and cops doing biz in the walled city. All sorts of stuff. Sometimes they work together nicely, and sometimes people get bloody. The way that I heard it, Auntie came up with some sort of grand plan to consolidate businesses in the walled city. The power would be split between the Yellow Lotus and Sang's company, and everyone else would get cut out. If her plan worked, Auntie would rise in the Lotus like nobody's business, and Josephine Sang would make long bank. There's a catch though. In order for the plan to work, both women would need to jump through a lot of hoops. There'd be street-level manoeuvring and power plays on Auntie's side, and blackmail and negotiations on the corporate level from Josephine Sang. My info gets sketchy here. From what I've pieced together, Sang went behind Auntie's back and took her plan to her boss, a 438 named Wong Lun Fat. They cut kindly out of her own plan. Why'd Sang do that? I guess is that she saw Auntie as some sort of a threat. People in the know say that Wong Lun Fat is weak and greedy. She can be manipulated if her palm remains well greased. Long story short, power was consolidated in the walled city, just like Auntie planned, only she didn't wind up getting any of it. Her climb up the Lotus ladder came to an abrupt halt. She's still a straw sandal, just like she was before Sang backstabbed her. Now she's stuck in Hoi like a fly in amber. I'd be pissed too if it were me. Cop it. Dan. Let's go with artifact liberation. Welcome to the Shadows, Seattle. So this is clearly supposed to be the first one we were supposed to do. I received a request from an archaeologist named Mr. Drake. Tim? He's interested in liberating certain artifacts from beneath a manor house located in Taipo. I've attached a copy of the video message that he sent me. The screen flickers a few times and the email is replaced with the face of a stern-looking orc. Hello, Madam Cheng. I've heard that you're a woman who knows how to get things done, especially with regards to things that aren't legal in the strictest sense. That's exactly the kind of help I'm looking for. Recently, a rich investor by the name of Liu Hua decided to expand his manor house on the outskirts of Taipo. Too much money, not enough space for fancy parties. He had a snag with the local government officials, however. They suspected the land his estate was built on may have pre-modern archaeological artifacts buried beneath it, all of them dating from the Song dynasty. Consequently, I was contracted as an archaeologist to oversee the excavations and ensure everything was properly recorded and catalogued. Sure enough, we were only a few days into the excavation when we discovered a series of tombs lying beneath the site. The scope of the tombs was far beyond anything Liu or I had expected. Several acres of catacombs at least, and untouched relics throughout. What's more, they're certainly older than the Song dynasty. They may even be from the previous cycle of magic. Before I could make my report to the Free Enterprise Zone authorities, however, Liu called in his allies and Tantian Incorporated. Liu sold the entire site to Tan Tien, who then leased it back to him. Because Tan Tien is considered to have extraterritoriality in Hong Kong, local authorities were powerless to stop Liu from looting the tombs. He immediately began building a museum, if you can call it that, atop the site. He had the gall to call his museum the Emperor's Tomb. Can you believe that? The odds of there being an actual emperor buried there are basically nil, but he doesn't care. Anything to sell a few tickets. Liu has continued his excavations, using Tan Tien contractors to expand the dig. What he didn't know is that I bugged his comlink before he fired me. Based on what I've heard, something strange is going on in the lower levels. Workers have been disappearing only to be found dead several days later. Whatever is down there is too dangerous to be left in Liu's hands. Liu must have found my data line tap though. I stopped receiving any information 3 days ago. The last thing I heard him talking about were a pair of ancient texts that workers had discovered. Then he issued an order that further excavation should be halted until he can secure the subterranean areas. I'm betting those texts are the cause of whatever is killing the workers. I have quite a bit of experience with these kinds of dangerous excavations, but an operation of this scale is beyond me. I need a team that's tough enough to get in and survive, aren't afraid of making a mess, and who can get out with the books and whatever else they can carry. Beyond the 2 texts, I'm willing to pay very well for whatever other artifacts your team can liberate. The more valuable, the better. Don't worry, they'll be going to actual museums, not some rich playboy's mansion. I've got a second program in place that will suppress Liu's security system. The team will have to be careful though. There are only so many alarms I can suppress. Go beyond that number and I'll scrub the mission. I've included a catalogue of likely items to help the team appraise the most valuable ones. They don't need to be subtle. In fact, I'd prefer they make it look like a common robbery. Tell them to smash and grab what they can. Let me know when you find a suitable group of Shadowrunners. We are taking that run. Cool. Basically, we just got told to don't fuck it up. Do we have anything to put in the BBS? Ah! Repulse Bay construction plans. Sweet! And we should probably check to see if there's anything new that now that I've slept. Might not happen until I come back from the job, but... And I might as well look at her wares as well. Blur sounds crazy good. Like, what's haste 1? Because I know I've got that. Increases the friendly target's AP by 1 for 2 rounds. Oh, so it's like an intense blur. I mean intense haste. But it's got a shorter cooldown, and it does reduce hit chance. I think I'll just go with upgrading haste. And sell my old spell. Alright then. I know that I started playing this game because my mouse died right when I was about to start playing Dragon Age. But I might, like, do a playthrough of Shadowrun Returns. Or, like, Dragonfall after this. Yeah, not Returns, actually. Returns is kinda... I feel like, from what I've played of it so far, Returns feels like it has the darkest content matter and also, like, the least interesting. But that's a personal opinion. Right then. So, always good to have a decker. And I'll probably take these two. This job is a golden opportunity in more ways than one. A raid of the in-development museum, the Emperor's Tomb. The museum's claimed fame is its location. It rests on top of ancient catacombs, where an excavation is underway to convert them into the museum proper. Intel has it that the workers are dying, not from on-site accidents, but from magical disturbances in the area. Despite the hazards, development continues. Your client, Mr. Drake, contacted you to retrieve 2 tomes, probably ancient, magical, priceless. But it won't be a smash in the park. You have to get to the tomes before they're catalogued, where they'll afterward be near impossible to access. As you near the museum, its heightened grandeur looms unsettlingly over you. Even unfinished, it's reached an imposing size. At least that means it has plenty of room for pricey antiques. The best part? Mr. Drake needs this run to look unprofessional. Shattered glass and looting is encouraged. Entry works just like Drake said. You creep into the dark, unfinished site. Good. Now I'll be appraising what you see as you go through this floor. Grab the best stuff in my alarm suppression should keep you afloat. Just don't get too ballsy. If the books haven't been catalogued yet, they'll still be in the basement, the tomb. I'll be in touch. The earpiece clicks off. Call disconnected. Your team powers up the nearby generator. Work lights along the new marble flooring sleepily flicker to life. Everyone surveys the site. Glad this place is empty. I don't want us to kill any more people than we have to. If only those people weren't trying to kill us, then we wouldn't have to kill them. Probably. Let's get in and out. Let's get in and get out before that changes. Alright, so we can steal, what, 9, 10 things? Right, Neanderthal skeleton. Definitely taking that. Plesiosaur jawbone. Authentic Utheraptor skull? These all sound like things that are just made up. Tempted to take the 420 pot, but I should see what's in the other rooms. Dragon scales? Alright, so I can comfortably steal 2 more things. I wonder what's in here. Oof, I'm too weak and too dumb to notice that the thing's fucked up. Access the login field. Hey Isabel, can I get a hand with this login screen? On it. Access the office room controls. Select the menu option, restricted access to allow Zen. Isabel, why is this menu still locked? Looks like this area uses a different password hashing system. The spoof I was able to get through to do earlier won't get through here. Got any good guesses? The interactable painting is Lady of Shalott. And the file system I hate this. Wait. I can spend karma on decking just so that I can bypass. This is probably a stupid idea, but it's no use. This section of the OS is secure enough to prevent bypasses. Ugh. There's probably so much good shit behind there too. Guess we're leaving. Right, we'll come back here, because that's our objective. But we haven't gotten everything yet. Oh. I remember seeing a thing that was 950, but I think it might have just been displaying text from stuff we'd already taken. 420, 300, 12. Alright. So that's 7.6 grand. Oh, what's this? If there's more shit we can steal back here, I'm gonna be sad. Oh, a security terminal. It's powered off. I guess that's a surprise tool we're gonna use later. Do not enter. You're not my dad. Ooh. That ancient that felt too easy. Is that the right ancient book? A shipping terminal. Isabel. Are you kidding me? Wait. Fuck. Alright. So there's nothing over there, but there's something in there, and ugh, I forget that, like, this is because this is a video game world. They can just see through shit. Another room? Ugh. Sir, I am tired. So there's two things. Oh, the hacking minigame in this is really fun, at least in my opinion. Fuck. Right, so now we know that it's something with two M's, and I am good at game. Wild Aim 2 increases the target's chance hit by 10 to 15%. Does not stack nor affect AoE abilities. The next closest ally will also be affected. Last 3 rounds. Huh. Oh, god damn it. God damn it. It will be better to summon my buddies. And then probably put the sniffer on the assassin to give them better accuracy. And go for this one. And shield program. $60, $46, $62. I'm surprised that hit. Ouch. So, heal myself. Put the sniffer on the shield, and then tar blast this whole big group. $80, $73, $73, $60. Nice. I'm gonna get rid of him because he's being annoying. And Tar Blaster isn't really a good idea with any of the things here. So I'm just gonna go for a regular attack. Because Isabel's her story mission thing made it possible to bounce spells, which is funky, fresh. And I want Isabel to come over here, and I suppose attack the door. And you know what? Let's attack the door. Cool. We attacked the door so hard that it broke. I feel like if we eject now, she might go into... I forget what it's called, but there's a system in the game where if you eject at a bad time, you basically take psychic damage. But now that should give us information. Oh? Hello? No. I have mines? What? Since... Huh. I forgot that I had those. I'm gonna move Duncan out. And then nice. Ah, shit. Probably move right to like around here. And then I am so sorry, Koshai. Although, to be fair, I don't think you can be poisoned. Oh? Okay, so I'm gonna come back here. Oh right, I only get 1 AP because this guy. Do I have anyone in an immediately line of fire? I guess Ractor is in a bit of danger, and he's the squishiest, so I'm gonna move him. But then and then probably fire. And Koshai can just do that, and alright. Risky move, but ow. Oh, cover blocked it. Sweet. which means I can do this. You got the books, great. Next you need to head upstairs so I can wipe the security data, then you're home free. Did you know these creatures were here? No, I planned this run down to the last detail, but those monsters were a happy accident. Great, I'll keep my eyes open for more happy accidents. You do that. Now, time's wasted. Security room's at the top of the stairs leading back into the museum floor. Anything over here? What about over here? Oh, that's near where we came in. Okay. A cadaverous husk materializes in front of you, unfolding like a flower from nothingness into being. It stands with a surprisingly upright posture, and you can see that its robes were once of fine quality. It raises a hand to block your path. Stop. It seems that you can move freely through this realm, coming and going, taking what is not yours. Who are you? I was an assistant to a great man, an emperor. I was meant to continue assisting him in the afterlife, but something was unsettled. Bonds were broken. He is no longer here, and I wish to search for him elsewhere. I want out of this tomb. I must free myself from this place, but I cannot leave. My soul is bound within these catacombs, chained to the bones of a life that I no longer possess. So you think I can get you out of here somehow? You can. Slowly, painfully, the mummy inclines its head. It reaches into the folds of its robes and produces a ring of fired porcelain. The creature extends its arms, presenting the object as an offering. Take this talisman and place it among the other artifacts you have removed. Once you have moved it beyond the binding threshold of this excavation, I'll be free. Let's say that I do this. What's in it for me? The sure knowledge that you have done what is right. How do I know that I can trust you? You don't. How could you? But I am a man of my word. You're gonna have to do better than that. When I am free, I will give you a thing. A token. Crumble it in your hands, and I will come to your aid. But only once. One time and no more. Will this be sufficient, elf? Will you accept my offer? Okay, I'll do it. Thank you. I'll forever be in your debt. I remember taking that thinking, I remember doing basically the same thing and thinking that it was going to be a super powerful summon, and I took it into the final boss fight and I used it, and then he wasn't that powerful for final boss stuff. I mean, I think he ended up tanking quite a few hits for us, but otherwise not that great. The terminal is powered off. This is the one. Flip the switch to the bottom right, then plug in my data chip. The script will dock to the security log so you can sneak you out. It's executing now. And done. Get out of there. Okay, so I'm going to use my movement to sneak around here so that I can sit right on those ley lines. I'm going to put Isabel right here and have her on Overwatch with the grenade launcher. Duncan can go here and be on Overwatch with his rifle. And then Raptor's gonna sit here and let Koshai hold on. Probably the shotgun mount is going to be better because it has a bit of AoE at range. Alright, so I'm going to move here. And then heal Isabel. And that's my turn, I guess. But Isabel can grenade launch. And then I feel like just go full auto for Duncan. Now I suppose Raptor can go Overwatch if anyone comes in close. But Koshai. Move Koshai up. And is he still not? I feel like this is going to work better. And probably increase Isabel's aim. Oh, it increases. I guess it's because I'm on the ley line or dragon line or whatever it's called in game. Oh. That killed him? Change of plans. Search those bodies for a key fob. You'll need it to access the side door. What side door? In the lobby. My program didn't work as well as I'd expected. I've been monitoring the exits on my cameras and the Hong Kong police force have the front locked down. Since you can't go out the front now, you've got the exit out the side. That key will get you through the locked side door, which will take you out the east service exit. Somehow I feel like it's this glowing yellow thing. Just maybe. Ugh. More men? Ouch. Ugh. I think I'll just stay here for Ragnar. And then get myself up here so I'm on the dragon line. And I guess ouch. I love how Duncan gets a move that's basically just an insta-kill. So the mines are really better for defending the spot. And this might have... That didn't look like a 48% hit rate to me. As you might have seen in that fight, like, snipers are a little overpowered in this game if you, like, invest heavily into it. Your adrenaline wanes as you fly through the subway tunnels on your way back to Hoy. There isn't much left to do but pick the shards of glass off of your clothes and congratulate yourselves on one hell of a run. It's just too bad you couldn't keep the looted antiques. By the end you'd managed to sell over 5,000 new yen worth of items for your client, a number that will hopefully be reflected in your mission pay. The damage you caused will likely set the museum's development back even further. Not enough to cripple the project, just enough to send a message. But at the end of the day, you still managed to break a lot of exhibits, displays, and even the faces of a few tomb crawlers, the presence of which had conveniently slipped Drake's mind. Surprises aside, you came out on top, and thanks to some quick thinking on Drake's part, you got the books, and you got out. Eight karma? Holy shit. I didn't really realize how multi-dependent, like multi-stat dependent sorcerers were. I'm gonna go Poison Fog. Cause yeah. I think Espionage is the better one here. And for Duncan, yeah, he's a cop through and through. So we're going lethal force. That can only attack stunned targets, and I very rarely see targets be stunned. So I'm gonna go for the bite ability, especially because that heals. Oh, that's way more impressive. A 5-round cooldown is like painful, but 3 rounds is not that bad. Right, so let's visit the shop. Ye old shop. Mysterious elf. This austere, refined-looking elf is browsing the shop's collection of talisman, herbs, and crystals. Noting your approach, he turns to face you. Good evening, my friend. I hope it's been a pleasant one. Oh, I've had worse, I guess. Indeed, with so much misery and pain only meters away, permeating the walled city, worse is a quality that is quite tangible here in Hawaii. I do not envy those trapped within these boundaries. My name is Algernon Halfdring, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Are you a mage or a shaman? What makes you think I am either of them? Perhaps I am simply an inquisitive soul. Of course, a merely inquisitive soul would not be interested in purchasing any of this. Perhaps I am both or neither. The nature of magic is fluid, especially in these tumultuous times, so soon after the dragons have awoken. Too many people try to draw binary divisions between methods of thaumaturgy. At the heart of things there is will, there is power, and there is change. You don't sound like a local. No, I am not, I admit, though I have been to Hong Kong many times in the past. I was acquainted with Meow's mother, Eleanor. Must say it's been kept in wonderful condition, if not improved somewhat. Where are you originally from? I've been travelling my entire life and rarely stay in one locale for long. I would consider nowhere and everywhere my home. When you speak as many languages as I do, it's inevitable that they begin to bleed together, though I've always had a particular fondness for Cantonese. It has a lyrical quality few other languages can match. You've got some interesting eyes, Algernon. Do I? I've never really thought about them, to tell you the truth. They allow me to see, and there our relationship ends. Surely there must be many people in Hawaii with interesting eyes. Cyber surgery is so common these days as to be almost routine. Most people's eyes don't glow, Algernon. I suppose that's true, but there are so many inexplicable quirks of genetics in this post-awakening world. Birds that summon lightning, dogs that breathe fire, cats that transform into lions. Glowing eyes seem a small thing, taken in comparison to all of those. You've been in the walled city? No. There's a leaden finality to Algernon's tone. He pauses for a moment before elaborating. I have looked around outside and spoken to some residents who trade at the edge, but I have not entered it. The misery and hopelessness of those within it is overwhelming, and I prefer not to venture too near such a well of negativity. But those emotions have coloured and warped astral space in a unique fashion, one that I felt was worth studying, albeit from afar. Such a waste of human potential, to think of all the ways the world and fate have failed those people. See you later, Algernon. Safe travels, my friend. I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure he's in Shadowrun Dragonfall. And I also think that he might be more than an elf. A heavy scent buffets your senses, the scent of pure and unadulterated book. Woody, musky, dusty. The light herbal incense from before seems like an afterthought in the wake of paper smell. Looking around, you see that the shopkeeper's abandoned her earlier feeble attempts at organizing the texts. Several of the towers of books are now reduced to piles on the ground. A piece of paper caught somehow in a ceiling rafter rustles gently above you. Hello? Anyone home? You hear a shuffling of papers. An arm rolls out from under a pile of blankets and books, and Crafty raises her head, a notebook spread open up on top of it. The book topples to the floor. Oh, hey! Her voice cracks. Crafty clears her throat with a cough and stumbles out of her pile. Her voice is clear when she speaks again. Sorry about the mess. I was up all night reading, or rather, up every night reading. You look dog-tired. Feeling all right? I've been better, if that's what you mean. Going through these notebooks has been hard, not just because of the sheer amount of information. It's been a nostalgic ride, too. If these journals are kicking your ass, you can always stop. Your health comes first. No way, I've dug myself too deep to back out now. And I don't say that as a bad thing. I've made progress. I'm proud of that. The sooner I figure out these dreams, the sooner I can rest. And trust me, Seattle, I'll make up for it in spades. And naps. If that's your plan, remember to pace yourself. You won't get anything done if you become sick. You make a good point. I appreciate the advice, but don't worry. It's not a total slog. These journals are just as exciting as they are laborious. So, what's the latest? The latest. She walks over to her glass table and starts tossing books off of it. She digs through them and you realize the table is not actually a table, but a glass display case full of dried medicinal ingredients. Crafty withdraws a notebook from the pile, its binding unraveling, the pages holding on for dear life. Here we go, this one's loaded. With what? Got a couple big finds. Mum's notes are a mess, so I boiled them down to the most important information. An exorcism and the Yamakings. Where do you want to start? I'd like to know about the Yamakings. Tell me, how much do you know about the Yamakings? I've run across stories about them in my own research. Personally, I'd only heard about the Yamakings in fables and myths, things to scare children to sleep, to inspire awe. As you can guess, intimate knowledge about imaginary beings is largely non-existent. And here, she taps the page, we found the demons of the walled city. Through my mother's excursions into the slum, she came to learn that its residents had their own unique Yamakings, different from the traditional ones. The people there are segregated from the rest of Hong Kong. Over time, they came to believe that their home was possessed by local demons. Makes sense, considering the place's penchant for crime and disaster. Do the Yamakings have names? There were 3 that Mum knew of, Lam Ve, Fu Mang, and Qian Ya. Each Yamaking is associated with the negative energy on which they feed. Lam Ve feeds from cowards, Fu Mang from the guilty, and Qian Ya slaves. Unfortunately, my mother's handwriting declined with her sanity. She has a lot of details in here about these local Yamakings, but I can only make out bits and parts. There's a list, something here about rules? Maybe laws of some sort. The thing that stood out to me is here. She plops a finger onto the page. It's about the proprieties surrounding ownership and deals, exchanges, negotiations, luncheons? No, that last part can't be right. Anyway, it says that Yamakings under rules or laws must adhere to the terms of a deal. And there's something else, but... No, sorry, can't read anything past that. You know, it's a bit strange to me that Mum found these mystical beings significant enough to mention in her documents. Makes me wonder if she thought they were real, or connected to the curse that she believed in. It's not the best lead, but I think that it's a step in the right direction. Tell me about the exorcism. On one of Mum's trips to the walled city, she decided to check out an archway, an old crumbling relic that residents believed to be haunted. Mum wasn't sure about the hauntings, but upon entering the area, she immediately felt that it was a place of concentrated ki. I know someone who's mentioned that same arch. She's from the walled city. I'd believe that. It's a fairly prominent landmark. Seems to me like most people from the walled city would at least have heard of it, if not seen it. What did she say? Nothing good. Yeah, I'd have to agree with you there. At least from what my mother wrote, it was a seriously bad. Go on. The key wasn't like your standard run-of-the-mill energy. Even for the walled city, this key was exceptionally dark, and it all seemed to gravitate toward the arch. So she did what any kook of her magic brand would try. A Taoist exorcism. How did that go? It went to hell. The exorcism failed and something happened to her. She broke. My mother had entered the city strong, confident, and capable. But when she left that day, it's hard to explain. It's as if the experience left her vulnerable to those base horrors within the walled city. She grew paranoid and became frail of mind and body, a mere shadow of her former self. It's as if she had witnessed something, and it changed her. She became more obsessed than ever, and that's how I remember her now, as that broken woman. I'm not sure how this fits into our investigation, but if that sort of malevolence is coursing through the walled city, it's no wonder the people who live there experience such terrible dreams. I mean, do you think you could send me a copy of those notes? Already a step ahead of you. I just finished digitally transcribing the information. I'll send it to your way, she looks across the book-covered shop, as soon as I find my terminal. That'd be great. Appreciate it. You're welcome. Expect them soon. We'll let you get back to it. Sounds like a plan. See you soon. You enter the trawler to find your crew gathered together waiting for you. Isabel has her head buried in her PDA. The rest of them stand watching her, trying to be patient. What's going on? Isabel paces up and back, trying to decide how to begin. I've been doing my own homework on Josephine Sang and Sang Mechanical Services. You're pacing, so that tells me you found something. Oh yeah, I found something alright. Isabel lifts her PDA to her face and consults her notes. In 2011, Sang Mechanical Services was a D-level corp floundering in the shallow end of the Hong Kong corporate pool. That's when Josephine Shui married into the family. Josephine thought big. She conceived of a massive project that would catapult TMS into the big time, something she called the Prosperity Project. Prosperity? That's what Raymond was mumbling about. What is the Prosperity Project? Once upon a time in the 1900s, the walled city was a densely populated slum. Something like 30,000 people crammed into 6.5 acres. Wait, I heard of this story before. It's a shithole, hell on earth, yada yada yada. That's today's walled city. The second walled city. The first walled city started life well over 100 years ago and lasted through both world wars and almost through to the Awakening. It was torn down in 1994 when the government had finally had enough. It had become such a haven for criminals that the cops would only enter it in large, well-armed groups. Sounds familiar? In 2021, Josephine Sang proposed a vision for a new type of low-income housing project, the Prosperity Project, a self-contained, low-cost, walking neighborhood for the poor, but on a grand scale. The Prosperity Project would give Hong Kong's poor and the flood of refugees pouring into the country a place they could call their own, something that felt more permanent than the sprawling tent city that spontaneously sprang up after the first walled city was demolished. The Prosperity Project would replace the tent city and would be symbolically built on the site of the old walled city. The slogan was, "A place of dignity, where prosperity begins." The apartments weren't much bigger than the space you'd get in your average coffin motel, but they were built around plazas and marketplaces that contained goods and services catering to the poor. The government forgot the lessons of the last walled city. They loved the idea of containing the refugees and the poor to only a few densely populated blocks. It kept them out of the public eye. Securing the contract catapulted Sang Mechanical Services' fortunes ahead. It eventually put Josephine Sang onto the executive council. That doesn't line up. How did she get so powerful by building a slum? It's a very big slum. Apparently that was also the beginnings of a series of lucrative building contracts that propelled TMS into the big time. Where's Raymond come into all of this? Raymond Black doesn't come into it at all, but Edward Sang does. Josephine's husband or son? Son. Raymond Black was actually Edward Sang, the only son of Josephine Sang and her late husband, Breakwater Sang. What a fucking badass name. Breakwater Sang. Like, his parents looked at their kid and was like, you're going to have the best name that no one is ever going to top. What kind of a name is Breakwater? Cooler than he was, apparently. Breakwater Sang was kind of a nobody, the nothing son of the company's nothing founder. The best thing he ever did for his company, or his family, was marry Josephine. Then, die of a heart attack and get out of her way. Wait, this doesn't make any sense. Remember that massive grey water leak that flooded the basement back in 48? Yeah, remember what happened to Mrs. Maloney? You mean her feet? They swelled like 3 times their normal size. Yeah, thanks for bringing back that memory. Hobbit feet! But think about it. Did Raymond have any idea how to fix it? No. Ray didn't know the first thing about sewer lines. He hired a small army of plumbers, probably paid him double what the job was worth to fix the thing, and it still took almost 2 months to get the leak under control. And Josephine put him in charge of the utilities? No wonder the walled city smells like shit. I don't think Raymond had anything to do with the utilities in the walled city. So if this man was not in charge of the utilities for the project, what was he doing down there? I don't know, but Edward Sang disappeared from the public eye shortly after Prosperity was completed, around 2031. That's about the time he moved to Seattle, around 7 years before he found us. But what happened in the walled city? What would make Raymond want to go back in there now after all these years? I don't know, but I intend to find out. Oh sweet, more karma. I don't think I can spend it on anything worthwhile. Yeah. I'm gonna collect payment and then... Oh, and access the Shadowland, BBS. Damn, 350? For construction details? You submit the job is finished, and how much do we get? Only 1,600? Well done, I've attached the payment you're owed. I trust that you'll keep quiet about what exactly was liberated from the used little museum. We'll come collect the books from Kindly Ching shortly. Hold on, we stole like 7 grand worth of shit and we only get 1.5 grand back? That's fucked up. Ractor's shop is curiously silent. As you step down onto the grated metal floor, the sound of your own footsteps reverberates through the echo chamber of the converted engine room. Welcome back, my friend. Is there something that I can do for you? Quiet night in the shop, huh? Yes, a quiet night. One best suited for contemplation, planning and visions of the future. Care to pick up where we left off last time? His smile widens. Light gleams off of strong, sharp teeth, lending him a predatory appearance. If you like, I must confess I have rather enjoyed our talks. It is good to have a sounding board to bounce ideas off of. Agreed. Our talks have been pleasant in an academic sense. Glad to hear that we're on the same page. I must confess, I sometimes forget how to interact with others. I am, by nature, a solitary creature. It is good to have a kindred spirit, someone whom I can understand on the team. Koshai scuttles forward, mechanical pedipalps weaving. Its motions are as alien and charged with menace as they've ever been. Ractor glances at the machine, and it takes a step back. So, my friend, you had questions for me. Go ahead and ask them, please. I'll answer whatever I can. The last time we talked, you hinted at Koshai being special in some way. I want to hear the full story. Yes, I had figured that you might. Tell me, have you noticed anything unusual about Koshai in the time that we have worked together? He seems to react to your moods. It's weird, he's almost more like an animal than he is a drone. He nods, his lips pursed. Yes, a good observation. Koshai's behavior could be described as animalistic, and for good reason. I'm waiting. The drone lowers itself, its killing legs splayed. Ractor looks to the drone, his head cocked, then he returns his gaze to you. His behavior is not drone-like because he is not a drone. At least, not in a way that you would understand. He is a prosthesis. Prosthesis? What is he meant to replace? He isn't meant to replace anything, but he does contain a portion of me, as surely as your brain sits within your skull. We are, in a way, a singular entity in two bodies, metal and flesh made one. You're gonna have to explain that. Koshai acts as a home for my primal animal impulses, the id, to use Freud's structural model of the psyche, the analytical portions of my mind, the ego and superego live on in me. They govern the id, and by extension, Koshai's behavior. Oh, are you a eugenicist after all? When we are on a run and I rig into Koshai, I do not command him to attack. Rather, I loosen my grip on his reins and allow him to kill. He wants to hunt, to dominate, to bathe himself in blood. Reproduction would also be a drive if such a thing were possible. So if you were killed, Koshai would, what, run amok? No, my friend, of course not. Koshai is not capable of storing any part of a human mind. He simply doesn't have the capacity for it. If I were to die, he would fall dormant, the same as any other drone. One day, perhaps I'll perfect him, and a part of me will live on in his chassis after the meat of my body dies. But for now, I am satisfied to live with him as a combined entity. Man and machine, joined through a form of neural parabiosis into a single being. A beautiful first step into a post-human future. This is weird, Ractor, and probably dangerous. We live in dangerous times, my friends. Everybody on this boat is dangerous, but if my relationship with Koshai alarms you, we can discuss other matters. The weather, perhaps. The choice is yours. Tell me why you think we're going to beat the essence limit. You hinted at it before, but I want to know. I could do that. I've already shared quite a lot with you and you haven't run off screaming. A good sign, I should think. But tell me, Seattle, are you certain that you want to know? Some secrets are less pleasant than others. You might prefer to leave the stone unturned. Say what you have to say. Very well. There are things that you don't know about me, my friend. Important things. What kind of things? For one, I am not, how to put it, whole. Emotionally, you mean? Mentally? There are arguments that could be made to support both of those positions, but no, that wasn't what I meant. I was talking about my physical body. There was an accident when I was young, a shop accident. I barely survived it. I am very heavily cybered, my friend. You wouldn't know it because I keep my enhancements hidden. Others have found them disturbing in the past. Disturbing? How so? The enhancements themselves are not the problem. The extent of the damage that they were meant to correct, however. That is a different matter. He uses the edge of his hand to trace a line across his hips. Everything below the mid-pelvis is replacement material. That's where I was shared in half, you see. It's a miracle that I survived the experience. The blood loss alone should have killed me, but here I am, alive and well. Greatly improved, in point of fact. You're saying that you're half machine? Yes, the loss of so much tissue was traumatic, to be sure, as was the damage to my sense of personal identity. But it isn't so terrible as you might imagine. By every conceivable measure, I have been improved since the time of the accident. I am more than I was before, not less. You lost half of your body. How could that not be terrible? He taps his temple with a finger. The doctors installed stimulus generators in my brain when they repaired me. With these, I can mimic the full range of sensations that the human body is capable of producing. Imagine the ramifications of such a thing. The things that you could do, the things that you could experience. The implications for operant conditioning alone are staggering. And so yes, I have lost the entire lower half of my body. The full ramifications of such a loss are obvious. But in return, I have gained so much more. At will, I can goad my brain into producing whatever sensation I wish. I can poke at the wiring of my own consciousness, and I can reroute that wiring as I see fit. Alright, so you're half machine. What does this have to do with the essence limit? He spreads his arm. Look at me, Seattle. I have a shred of essence left in me, and only barely that. But I suffer none of the ill effects associated with traumatic essence loss. How can that be? A quirk of psychology, long viewed as an illness but never properly understood. What I now understood to be an evolutionary adaptation to a post-human future. We will conquer the essence limit, given time. Natural selection will see to it, and I am the proof. These stimulus generators that you've been implanted with, how do they work? The technology is rather akin to SimSense, but considerably more powerful and flexible. Most SimSense experiences, those found in BTL chips for example, are structured around basic narratives that provide their users with context, but if you strip away the veneer of escapist fantasy, what you have left is an extremely powerful toolkit. You mentioned operant conditioning before. Have you tried that? Reprogramming yourself? Oh yes, in my position wouldn't you? Quite a handy thing to be able to rewire the brain's responses to external stimulus. If you could make nutrient paste taste like seared foie gras, fuck French, whatever language that is. And the devices have proven equally useful in curbing bad habits. I could be quite impulsive before the accident, but I have since taken steps to dissuade myself from rash action. All that being said, I must be careful not to overstep my bounds. Reprogramming the brain is a risky endeavour, however great the temptation might be. Have you heard of anyone else? Actually, I wanna ask if I can get these. Sadly no, as I said, the project folded. The devices themselves never made it to market. That's probably a good thing, truth be told. From what I've heard, all of the other recipients were driven quite mad. Perhaps the others were less well equipped to handle it than I am. Be careful with those things, Rector. The last thing I need is you wigging out on me. I've carried these implants for over 20 years, my friend. I know how to handle myself. You have nothing to fear. So what else have you been keeping from me? I know that there's more to the story than this. There is, my friend, but nothing that can't wait till tomorrow. You have a lot to process, I'm sure, and I'd like the remainder of the evening to myself. But if you come back later, I will finish the tale. Sure, Actor. We'll talk tomorrow. Very good. Rest well. Hold on, one of my friends just sent me a voicemail and it's like almost 2 AM, so I'm a little worried. It was remixed Eminem. that just said like synonym. Pain. You find Wu sitting on his bed and staring at the floor when you come to his cabin. He rubs his head up and back, occasionally stopping to softly bounce his palm against his forehead. When he notices you, he closes his eyes and shakes his head. Not in the mood to talk right now. I've got to wrap my brain around this Edward Sang thing. Tough finding out Raymond isn't who he thought he was. Yeah, that's pretty much what I was thinking. 16 years. We lived with him 16 years and we never knew the man. 16 motherfucking years. I just gotta think. Work through this. Can I? Okay. Fear though. Isabel. You enter Isabel's cabin to find her jacked into the octopus. Her body slouches, motionless, tethered to the machine. The computer's large display flickers to life again, just as it did last time. Isabel's avatar fills the screen. This isn't helping. I'm decking, I'm in my safe space, and it doesn't help. The memories are just as painful here as they are in the real world. Your memories are a part of you. Decking doesn't make you leave that behind. No, I guess that it doesn't. White plumes of static flow from the avatar's fists. It fucking should though, I can't handle not having a way to escape from this. So, what are you going to do about it? I don't know, okay? I just don't. You know what? Hang on. The avatar winks off the screen and the terminal powers down. Isabel's body shudders, a familiar tremor. Her consciousness is flooding back out of the matrix and into her meat. Her eyes flutter and she takes a sharp breath. Slowly, shakily, she rises from her perch on the floor. You're here with more questions, right? She coughs into the crook of her arm, wipes her nose with her sleeve. I'm sure that you are. Why else would you be bothering me? So spit him out, and I'll go digging around in that cesspit that I call a memory. Who knows, maybe we'll find a clue. I know that you're hurting, Isabel. If venting helps, go ahead. She takes a deep breath, makes a visible effort to calm herself. No, that wasn't like me. This isn't the person that I want to be. I'll be okay. I can handle this. Just ask me your questions, okay? Let's get this ball rolling. I have a question about the walled city. She clenches her jaw, nods. Go on. Gobbet told me about your escape from the walled city, just like you said she would. Yeah? I'm not surprised. Why are you telling me about it? Because the answers she gave me raised more questions. And you want me to answer them for you. Alright, Seattle. Maybe I can satisfy your curiosity. The walled city was a hellhole. You already know that. But for all of its failings, it was a good teacher. It taught me to hide, to stay small and unnoticed and insulated, to survive. It taught me that the fish on the perimeter of the school get eaten, that sticking your neck out is a fool's errand, but that even fools can have their uses. It also taught me to recognize a stronger person when I met one, and how to use that strength for my own benefit. So when I met Gobbet, I knew that she had something I didn't. Confidence? Sure, that. And her connection to Rat. Everything about her, really. We were different people then. Still are now. But the differences were even more pronounced when we were kids. Care to elaborate on that? Gobbet was playful and carefree. She could hold her own in a scrape, but she mostly saw life as a game. As for me, well, I knew that it wasn't. I couldn't have been more than 9 or 10 at the time. That even at that age, I saw Gobbet for what she represented, what she could be. And what was that? My own personal road out of the walled city. A path to freedom disguised as a little girl with dreadlocks. And as it turned out, I was right. She pauses, her eyes flip to the ground, and she tightens her hand into fists. Ever since I unlocked these damned memories, I can't go 10 minutes without thinking about what might have happened if I hadn't followed Gobbet out of that place. It's like a vicious cycle, running over and over in my head. I hate it, but it won't stop. I feel guilty. We all lean on each other. It's how we survive. Oh, I feel like the top one might be the best one. You needed help and you took it. That's nothing to be ashamed of. Gives me another reason to feel grateful to her, I guess. That's something. I've always known that I owed Gobbet, but now I remember how much and why. Anyway, that's my side of the story. I hope that it satisfied your curiosity. Now let's move on. Gobbet said that you didn't want her to guide your parents out of the walled city, that you wanted them left behind. She nods miserably. Yes, but not for anything that they had done. My parents were good people. They fled Somalia to try and find a better life for their children. It wasn't their fault that they wound up in the walled city. I wanted them left behind for me. For you? You want to talk about it? Not particularly, but I got the feeling that you'll look at me differently until I do, so I will. She taps her temple. I wanted them left behind because of this. I knew what I was going to have done. I'd planned it well in advance. After I got out, I was going to find someone who could make my childhood go away. How would that have stuck if my parents were around? If I had a living reminder right there next to me? It wouldn't have, so they had to stay. You were just a kid. I probably would have made the same decision in your shoes. Yeah, you probably would have. And for what it's worth, I was sure that they would be fine. They were my parents. Grown-ups. They'd be alright. Before you ask, I checked. They're gone now. I can't go riding to their rescue. I made a decision when I was a kid. It felt like the right one at the time. And now I have to live with it. Such is life. It wasn't always. Until very recently I couldn't remember any of this. Now, let's change the subject, okay? Anything else would be fine. That's all for now. Can we talk about something else? To be honest, anything else would be preferable. I gotta go, Isabel. She nods glumly. Be well. So, they didn't take the path I thought they would with her parents, but it's so much worse. That's so sad. There are tears in my eyes. As you enter Gobbet's cabin, two things grab your attention. The first is Gobbet herself. She looks exhausted, bleary-eyed. The easy smile that you've come to associate with her is nowhere to be seen. The second is what she's doing. She appears to be in the middle of a valiant attempt to stuff a whole roasted duck into a saucepan half its size. The bird's rubbery neck flops from side to side with every heave of her shoulders. She looks up from the saucepan, blinking. A corner of her mouth twitches upward, but the half-smile falls away almost immediately. Oh, hey, Seattle. Caught me at a bad time. I was just making dinner. I've been watching the struggle. It looks like the duck is winning. Huh? She blinks down at the duck and her mouth dips into a frown. Oh, it isn't winning. It's just being stubborn. I'll make it fit, don't you worry. She gives the bird another heave. Something gives way with an audible crunch. This would be easier with a bigger pot. I'd have to wash it first, though. She glances down at the piles of dirty clothes and assorted detritus on the floor of her cabin, frowning. And to do that, I'd have to find it. Anyways, you want something? I'm up to my elbows in mallet. You feeling okay? You don't look well. It's weird. Ever since our last lesson, I felt, I don't know, preoccupied with the sinking ship. I don't really do the whole haunted by the demons of my past thing. I mean, that's fine for some people, but I'm allergic to drama. Generally, when thoughts of the past get me down, I remind myself that it doesn't matter, laugh it off, and go have a snack. But this, I don't know, it's weird. Ever since our last lesson, I haven't been able to get the sinking ship out of my mind. She looks down at the pot full of mangled duck on the counter, closes her eyes. I guess I'm just worried about Cat and Mal, which is weird because why would I be? I mean, I haven't even spoken to them in years. Hell, if anything, they should be worried about me. I'm the one who gets shot at for a living. Maybe we should go check it out. The sinking ship isn't far, is it? No, I don't want to do that. At least, not without a good reason. It'd be awkward and I'm sure that it's nothing anyway. Actually, check that. I know what this is. It's my own personal version of the same thing that we're all feeling. The psychic sewage that's being dredged up in all of us by whatever's happening in the walled city. I'm sure that you've had some flashes of memory from the Barrens in your bad dreams, right? Images from your past coming back to haunt you, but you aren't going to drop everything and go running back there because that would be dumb. So tell me, why should I? Because the sinking ship is like 15 minutes from here. It couldn't hurt to check. Look, I don't want to go back there if I don't have to. If thinking about the place is enough to mess with me like this, I don't want to know what being there will do. But I'll tell you what, I'll drop Malvina a line just to check in. Make sure that this is a me problem and not a them problem. And if there is something going on, I promise you'll be the first to know. Alright, Gobbit, if that's the way you want to play it, it is. Now, was there anything else that you wanted, or can I get back to my dark? Thanks, Gobbit. Yeah, sure. And Seattle, everything will be fine. You'll see. If there is anything fishy happening on the sinking ship, you and Iz will be the first to know. I promise. Time to have a nightmare. A stabbing pain in your stomach jolts you awake. Your entire abdomen is cramping up. You roll in your cot, willing the shooting pains that radiate from your stomach to go away. Your mouth is bone dry and your tongue is swollen. Feels thick and inarticulate, like a useless slab of meat. A quick glance at your PDA tells you that it's 4 AM. Outside of your cabin, the rest of Hawaii sleeps. All that you remember of the dream that you awoke from is a horrible, unfulfilled yearning, and a need to get where you are going, fast. Others were behind you. You could feel the heat of their breath on your neck. If you were to beat them to your destination, you could slam the door in their faces, keep them out and away from what was yours. But if they overtook you, you would feel that terrible longing forever. As you grasp at your last fleeting memories of the dream, a wave of exhaustion washes over you. It feels like you've been drugged. You collapse back into your cot and into a black, dreamless sleep. When you open your eyes again, the sun filters in under your door. It's morning. I feel like I'm going to take one more job and then go to sleep. Go to sleep, end stream. Blinking message in the upper right corner notifies you that you have 7 unread messages. Mother's notes. Hey Seattle, here are the notes you asked for, but before you dive in, a heads up. They're a complete transcription of that list from my mother's journal, as in they're the thoughts and ramblings of an insane woman. It's not an easy read. Another dream. This time it was a near figure, a shadow, a wraith, faceless. I heard its voice, though it did not speak, and when I awoke it was inside my home, though I had been in the city just moments before. Where am I? A weight dropped into me. I felt the words of the wraith in my skin. In the tips of my hair, I saw its mouth in my mind's eye. Rows and rows and rows of lies. Morning. My hand was to the paper before I even knew I was writing. Wrote the words, these words, they cannot lie. I added it to my list. Evening. Was it a king I saw? Was I really there? I was in the city, I'm sure of it. Then how did I end up here? Was I carried back? My list is growing. Soon, with this knowledge, I will stop the kings. A step forward is a step backward. A step backward is a step forward. Each wraith has a name, a true name and a false name. Knowing their true name is knowing their weakness. To call them on their lies is to make yourself invincible. They will still try to eat you. They fear the feathers of unborn chicks. Kings must be one or the other, that is, of the negative world or positive, but positive doesn't necessarily make them good, nor negative make them bad. They simply are. Once a deal is brokered, it cannot be unmade. Kings and the planets are closely connected. When nearest to the sun, their power wanes. When farthest, it grows. There is only one wraith. There is only one wraith. There may be two wraiths, but there is most certainly only one wraith. They must follow the laws of the universe, rules set in motion long ago. Should they concede defeat, all is lost to them. Kings are the rulers of us all. They take from us their lifeblood, and with it parts of our souls. Do not give them what they seek, and you will be their match. They cannot lie. Morning. I made breakfast. It fell on the floor in the shape of my death. Another truth revealed to me. I added it to my list. It's all or nothing. They are all liars. Another dream. It was in white space. I could taste the color as if it were air. This time, no voice. Just rows and rows and rows, and rows and rows and rows and rows and rows. A mess, I know. There's not a whole lot of significant material other than what I already picked out, but even that is contradicted within Mum's notes. Everything should be taken with a grain of salt. Meantime, I'll keep looking into it. Good luck on your end. Crafty. Out of town? I'm not in Hawaii right now, so don't bother coming to see me. We'll talk when I return. Please continue with our business ventures in the meantime. Great. Data retrieval. I hope you're enjoying your newfound success in the shadows. I've got another job for you. One that should prove very lucrative indeed. I've been contacted by an employee of the Eastern Tiger Corporation, and he needs you to steal some research data and biological samples from his employer. The man's name is Tagath Wright. Until recently, he was a researcher on a genetic engineering project. He was cagey with the details, but I gather that it's centered around phenotypic alteration and postnatal genetic enhancement. Unfortunately for Wright, he's got a conscience. Stupid man. Luckily for us, he's willing to pay to have his conscience assuaged? Is that how you say it? Wright's project was apparently quite horrible. Experiments on living children. Total disregard for biomedical ethics or safety, and when Wright raised concerns, he was taken off the project. He's decided to step outside the bounds of the law and expose their wrongdoing to the world. The snag, you see, is that his wife and child live in Seoul. Not quite the heart of Eastern Tiger's power, but close enough. He's afraid that if he releases the information himself, they'll be taken prisoner and used as leverage. The idiot should have thought of that before, but that's not our problem. The samples and data are currently on an Eastern Tiger cargo ship, the MV Naochi, sailing near Hong Kong on their way to Seoul. The storm slowed the ship down so you don't have to go right away, but don't take too long. Once you have the data and samples, you're to call Wright. I've attached his number. He'll give you instructions on how he wants the information leaked. When you're ready, let me know. I'll arrange transit with Captain Jomo. He's a local Loho Joa pirate and smuggler, but don't let that put you off. He's as good as they get, and he'll have you on that ship without incident. Cool. let's see if I can get anything better for my arsenal. So, if we go into our inventory, probably sell off the Force 1 elemental stuff, because that's not good, surprisingly. Starting gear not being great, who could have thunk? And I'll also sell Acid Bolt 2 so that I can get Acid Bolt 3, because that's pretty sexy. Got the best outfit I can get right now. And I think for a second I was like, oh, it sucks that there isn't an imbued spirit fetish, but looking down, it looks like the spirit fetish is like an improvement of the shamanic one. So I'm gonna take that and I suppose a force. I'm not sure what element to go with. I might go with, I think is pretty good. So and I'll replace one of the health kits with the mummy spirit, which, truth be told, it's not bad. 800 new yen worth is like pretty decent. Also, I'm gonna equip the improved 8. Can I? Oh, it's too. It requires spellcasting 5. I might as well just sell it then. Are you still being creepy? Yep. Wait, what? Oh right, because we're meeting up with Pirate Man. I was like, why aren't we taking the MTR? What is this trickery? I might not have done this mission before. Captain Jomo is busily playing some kind of gambling game on his comlink. It beeps and flashes as he taps away. Come on, Jomo, win not lose. Maybe you buy yourself that new hat. He doesn't appear to have noticed you at all. The game makes a sad, defeated noise. Jomo curses under his breath, nose wrinkling in disgust. Finally, he seems to notice you. He's playing Genshin. Stupid game. Always it cheats me. Never a good hand. Never mind. Now, kindly Ching sends you, La. You need Captain Jomo to take you to play pirate? That's right. So, always good to have a decker on hand. And Duncan's security specialist, and I might go with Ractor, because we've already got a shaman, and Gaichu is kind of creeping me out with his nationalism thing, and also like I'm not good at playing up close characters in this game. The ride out to the Naichi is nerve-wracking. Captain Jomo seems an expert pilot, but massive waves threaten to scuttle his small boat at every turn. Deep thunder rolls in the distance, and at the edge of your vision, lightning occasionally illuminates your target, the MV Naichi. As Jomo pulls your small craft directly up to the bow of the Naichi, where you're least likely to be spotted, he throws a rope ladder up over the side, hustling you aboard before pulling away. Time to get to work. Oh, I've got unspent karma? How much? Oh, 4, so not anything that I can use here. Yeah, no. Climbing onto the foredeck of the Nauchi. You pause to catch your breath. The cargo ship rolls and pitches with the waves that batter her sides, and rain assails the deck. Deep thunder rolls overhead. After a tense moment waiting for the inevitable alarm klaxons, you hear nothing but the storm. I don't hear any alarms or pounding feet. Guess we got aboard without them noticing. Good, that'll mean a smoother operation. The ship is probably packed with guards. The longer we can go without them noticing us, the better. We want to keep low and stay behind cover. Duncan stares into the darkness, the subtle glow of his goggles painting his nose and temples a faint red. After a moment, he nods in satisfaction. This is good. The storm's going to make things a lot easier for us. They're less likely to hear gunfire or fighting, much less footsteps. So as long as we can stay hidden, nobody will be the wiser. We may be able to sneak our way in. Even if we have to kill a few, if we do it fast, we'll still be in the clear. The storm will drown out anything they send or receive on their radios. If they want to raise the alarm, they'll have to get to one of the shipboard handsets. We can take them out before they can get there. Can we? Simple interface for the Nauchi's above deck systems. Drainage, running lights, water pressure and cameras. Most of the systems seem to be basic enough that you wouldn't be able to do much with them. The camera feeds don't appear to be being broadcast to the bridge. They're going straight to recording. With a little work you could change that and get a better view of the deck. Sure. There we go. I've rebooted the cameras and patched them into our complex and locked ship security out. Couldn't get into the cameras inside the ship though. They must be on a different circuit. Oh, there's a crouch mode? Never mind, it was an enemy taking turn mode. Bruh. Time to go loud. Why are you all the way back here? Ugh. Oh, so they noticed? I feel like I should strip his armor first. And then attack him. Ooh, almost attacked him with fucking grenade launcher, which is not a good idea. Good idea for this one though. And then I think I want to go. How is he alive? Alright. So. That's a person right there. We want to take out this guy first. Because riggers? No thank you. And you know what, I might as well go. I think that once Koshai's jacked in once at a certain place, he doesn't have to do it again, but no. And let's just overwatch in that general area. Thank fuck he missed. We're grouped up like fuck. We want to get rid of this guy because he's approaching from our blind spot. Well, uncovered spot, more like. Bruh. So what can I do? Strip armor, water bolt, blur, and heal. Let's go for Raptor since he's soft. And put him 24 deck. Homie. He's yelling about stuff, but we... Oh shit, I accidentally did a 2 cost. Wait. I was overthinking it. Hold on, what's over here? Nothing, okay. Can we go? No. So, I want to bring Seattle up to here, and then probably give aim to Duncan. Isabel, I want to bring up here and let off some early damage. Duncan's using a rifle, right? 60, 81, still not great, but I'll take it. I'm gonna have Rector at the very back. How did that not trigger Koshai's Overwatch? Okay, so... Unit... I missed? And... move Isabel up a little bit so that I can... bring him up, and... you know what? Now Koshai can move and still take 2 attacks. If the attacks didn't miss... Wait, this guy's got a sniper rifle and he's getting in close? Homie. I think I can just... and... I was worried that we were all gonna miss for a second. As you creep down onto D-Deck, the ship is eerily quiet. The sound of the withering storm is muted to low moans of wind and shuddering vibrations when lightning strikes. Collecting yourself, listen carefully for any other sounds. Nothing. Your presence on the ship appears to be as yet unnoticed. That's the kind of thing I like to hear. Seattle, nothing but the weather. As long as we don't get into a fight down here, we'll stay clear of trouble. Any gunfire will get their attention, and fast. Let's get the data and samples and get the hell out of here. Let's take it slow. No mistakes this far in. Stay low and keep your eyes and ears open. No reason to cause a fuss if we can avoid it. So... and then if I just set proximity mines. as Isabel. Oh, do I only get one? Oh. Well... I thought taking out the security room would be a good idea, okay? I'm gonna have Duncan stand here and overwatch an aimed shot down the corridor. Rakta, Jack into Koshai, and Koshai can... you know what, you might as well go down the corridor as well. He's just standing there. Oh, grouping the team together was a mistake. I think I'll just set Duncan and Rakta up on Overwatch, just to make things easier. How? Actually, that's a bad idea. Oh shit, from behind? So... No! Ah! I just fully wasted Isabel's entire turn. Who throws a grenade at point blank range? Oh, is screen broken? What the fuck is that mine? Oh. I guess I'll just fire it in there with Overwatch. Holy shit. Why did I think it was Rakta's turn? Overload the water pressure, yeah. And then go over there, I guess. Just light them up and hope for the best. Why did I initiate combat? This was the worst idea I've ever had. There was an implication that the enemy is in this direction, so let's go over there. And let's also do something dumb, split the party. But now we know for sure that there is an enemy over here. And also that guards are arriving next turn, so I should probably bring everyone back. Excuse me. Except Rakta needs to get the fuck out of here because he's soft. I have just made the most stressful situation for myself. Why did I do this? Oh no! That's not good. That's really not good. Never mind. It's helpful for now. And then once Gobbet can get in range of them. Ouch. It's enough. Oh, I don't have Gobbet on the team, I forgot. I'm tempted to save scum my way out of this, but that would not be good. Oh, did the air spirit leave? Well, you know what? Let's use the mummy spirit that will not rebel. I still do not know what I was thinking. Wait. Oh, right. Yeah. For a second I thought I had attacked the mummy and I was like, what? What? Why? Bit risky, but... Right, increase Koshai's optics. I thought you weren't supposed to be able to escape because you owed us a favor. Ugh. Ouch. Sir? Oh shit. Who has a dock wagon? None of us? Great. I die in 3 times. This was the worst idea I ever had. Oh, and I've been streaming for almost 6 hours. Holy fuck. I don't know, I physically do not know what to do with that information. It feels incorrect. But, yeah, I'll finish this because I hate to leave things unfinished. Diagnostic computer. Investigate the alarm system. Okay. We can fake an alarm. Wait. Have Isabel